Jake Bates. Throwing right side, and it's going to be intercepted. Return past the 15, past the 20, out past the 30. Has space down the sideline. 40, 35, 30. And he is gone. A pick six for Houston. Snap good, hold good, kick up. And it is straight down the middle. Looking to throw, rolls out right. Throws end zone. Touchdown San Antonio. Cody Latimer alone in the end zone. They take a 1-point lead with 3 seconds left. 52-yarder, left hash for the win. Snap good, hold good, kick up, and it's drilled. Miami escapes week 1 with the win. Jason Sanders is looking to throw. Pass right side, wide open. Touchdown Drake London. Touchdown Drake London. Atlanta has tied this game and are an extra point away from taking the lead. Needing the 12-yard line. Handoff, Robinson left side. And going to be stuffed. A loss of 4, maybe 5 on the play. And with 50 seconds to go, the Chiefs have the ball. And most likely that does it. Ball on the 17.5-yard line. Looking to throw. Stepping up, throwing for the end zone. And caught. Touchdown Green Bay. Dontavian Wicks. 56 seconds to play. The Packers are within 3. 6:17 to play in overtime. Tua shotgun. Back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Bunched up. Tua to throw. Has time. Plenty of time. Pass. End zone left side. Jonnu Smith. Touchdown Miami. They're gonna win. Let's go, baby. Here, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. Gonna send Smith in motion. Toss left side for Saquon Barkley. Good blocking and room to run. Pass midfield. Spinning his way. Pass to 35 to 30. 25, 20. 15, 10. 5. And the Eagles respond instantly. Saquon Barkley. Oh my. Making his presence felt. 1 play. 60 yards. 3rd and 9 from the 35. Mahomes looking to throw. Quick pass left side. Caught by Piron. Has room to run. First down and more. Down to about the 17. And he stays in bounds. That will do it. The Kansas City Chiefs have escaped the Bills and have punched their ticket.
Hello. We are back again. We are back. Round out week 3 of the UFL season. We got 2 games today. One kicking off in a few minutes. The other at 3 p.m. EST. And I mentioned this during Friday's stream, but it's a little bit changed on my end for setup to hopefully have a more consistent connection. So hopefully, not a lot of internet hiccups. We can ride smoothly. Good chance it's going to be a long day again. When the UFL schedules for a game right after the first one, more often than not, it means a 6-hour plus stream. But we're here for both games, and both games should be pretty damn solid. We kick things off with San Antonio versus Michigan. And then DC versus St. Louis rounds out week 3 in a few hours. That game is really game of the week. But again, this one should be pretty solid as well. Michigan made a very interesting change in between weeks, trading away Marcus Sims to Houston, Marcus Sims just helped Houston get a big time win yesterday. So now this offense is going to be a little bit in a curious spot for Michigan. Okay, we're here. Again, just waiting for kickoff at this point. It is noon-ish. How's everyone doing? Yeah, no Marcus Sims. He was traded. A very weird move now means that C.O.C. Marner is going to take on a bigger role. Samson Nakua and Malik Turner as well. Matthew Colburn was placed on IR, so this Michigan run game is going to be without him for at least 5 weeks, meaning Nate McCrary is going to be the big name. And we're going to see 2 new backs for Michigan. San Antonio side, Marquez Stevenson is inactive for this game. That's a tough loss for their offense, which already has not been the greatest of offenses this season. Though Stevenson has been more of just a return man this year. I mean, this is a big week for San Antonio. If Kellen Mond can't get something going this week and they struggle again, it might be a long rest of the season for the Brahmas. Yeah, kickoff is mere moments away from Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan. Both teams had pretty tough losses the week prior, none tougher than Michigan's loss to the Brahmas last week. A muffed punt by Devin Ross pretty much sealed the game. And this again, San Antonio have put up 9 points in back-to-back weeks, and the defense is pretty lackluster this season compared to what was the best defense in the UFL last year. So we shall see how things change today. As they're interviewing the GM of Michigan right now about the trade that they made during the week. I don't think that tackle is even in the lineup today. It was for, yeah, that tackle they traded Marcus Sims for is inactive today, Cam Carter. So we'll see when he gets his Michigan debut. But so that trade makes very little sense on paper. But we'll see. Wait, they have a new starting? Oh, Edeling getting the start today. Okay. On this roster sheet I have, it still has Perkins as number 1. So Danny Edeling getting the start? Really? Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, offense has been kind of lackluster this season. They need to change something with it. Maybe give Edeling the start will do it, but Bryce Perkins has just been the better player between the two. But we shall see. Okay, so Edeling gets the start today. Wait, did it just say Wade Phillips is going to be in the booth again to this week? And then they're now interviewing Peyton Pardee, the new interim offensive coordinator for the Brahmas, as their previous one, AJ Smith, resigned in between weeks. Man, this should be an interesting one. Curious to see how different he's going to be as a play caller compared to AJ Smith. Like AJ Smith, like the Brahmas last year, number 1 defense, a top of the league offense. This year just hasn't been clicking the same way, so change has been made. And this is a big time week. Oh yeah, Kellen Mond's still getting the start. So Jared Guarantano is waiting in the wings if Mon continues to be sluggish. Mon needs to use his legs more. If he can use his legs more and just get into a rhythm that way, San Antonio should be fine. All right, so again, we're still waiting for a kickoff. Should be happening momentarily. I would imagine San Antonio gets ball first in this. Yeah, like this is again San Antonio's schedule after they need this win today. Their schedule does not get any easier. On the road to DC next week. Then they have their home opener against Houston. On the road to Birmingham, and then they finish out the season with 4 straight home games. If they can find a win today, they can find themselves right back in that hunt for a playoff spot. But it's gonna be a long road for the Brahmas. I don't think Michigan has any real worry though on their side of things when it comes to that playoff spot. All right, San Antonio will get the ball first in this one as the kickoff is underway. Going to be returned inside the 10 to the 8. And going to get past the 25 to about the 26. And out comes Kellen Mond getting the start once again. First 2 weeks hasn't been the greatest. It took both the past 2 weeks. It has taken Mond into the fourth quarter to find a rhythm. If they're going to win today, he's going to need to find that rhythm a lot sooner. And so is this ground game as a whole. So Mond is in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, ball on the 28-yard line. First play of the game for the Brahmas. There's going to be a pass as Mond looks to throw. Pressure coming, pass over the middle is going to be caught and stumbling forward for about 9. That is Matthew Sexton on the reception. I believe. So now a 2nd and 1 from the 42. Mond in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. As he's going to hand this off up the middle. And Anthony McFarland has some room to pick up the first down and more. Up to the 44-yard line. Again, that ground game for San Antonio. It was a great ground game last year. Has been not having a great start to the season. If they're going to bounce back and finally get their first win, they're going to need Anthony McFarland and this entire running back room to step up in this. Ball now on the 44. Mond is alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. As Michigan is going to send 5. Mond with some time past left side is caught and going to gain about 4-ish. That's Matthew Sexton once again on the reception. Michigan tried a delayed blitz up the middle there, but couldn't get home in time. I like the idea so far. 2 short passes, a handoff. Try to get that rhythm of this offense going. So Mond in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball now on their own 48. As Mond will look to throw once again. Pressure coming. Going to pass over the middle. And that's incomplete. Looking for Jacob Harris over the middle. But DJ Miller in coverage, forcing a breakup. DJ Miller, man. Coming off of a fantastic game the week prior with 2 interceptions and playing really well against that Birmingham offense. He's back in this one early, making plays as Mond got over the middle late there with that throw. So now 3rd and 6. Mond in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well as he's going to look to throw. Pressure coming past left side, going back shoulder, and that's caught by Jacob Harris to about the 25. A great back shoulder throw from Kellen Mond, and Jacob Harris catches it in a bucket with a man in his face. Beautiful throw. The ball now to the plus 22, and we're going to have a stoppage as they might review this one with 12.5 to play in the first. And yep, there's Dean Blandino. Can take a look at this one. Let's see. Yeah, looking at that right foot upon the initial catch. Left foot's in. Oh yeah, the right foot would be out if he wasn't down initially. It's close. Oh yeah, it's a bang thing. They're looking at it to see if that right foot is down when he initially makes the catch. And Blandino gonna say they letting it stand. After review, it is a catch by Jacob Harris. It was definitely a close one though. So 1st and 10 from the plus 22-yard line for the Brahmas. Already a much better drive in this one than what they've shown in any of the past weeks. Can they capitalize and finish it though? As again, the Brahmas have had solid drives in both week 1 and week 2, but the issue was they just couldn't finish those drives. They stalled out as soon as they got into plus territory, and now first play from plus territory for the Brahmas. Mond in shotgun back to his right, going to hand this off to McFarland up the middle, and going to gain maybe a yard up to the 21. All right. Would like to see a bit more run plays and just handoffs up the middle, but that was still early on in this. Mond in shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 20.5-yard line-ish. As Mond looks to throw once again. Quick pass, right side is caught. And as Jontre Kirkland inside the 15 to the 14. It will be 3rd and 2 as the Brahmas have entered the red zone for the first time today with 11.5 to play in the first. Can they finish this drive? So 3rd and 2, Mond in shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. Ball in the 14. Mond, handoff for Lovett, right side. And going to fight his way, stretching forward. What's the spot? The initial spot might have him short there. There's 11 minutes of play in the first. That's... yeah. Again, initial spot might have had him a yard short, and yeah, it's a 4th and 1. And the offense will stay on the field. Mond in shotgun back to his right. There's movement up front. That's a false start on San Antonio. Making it a 4th and 6, and we're going to see the field goal unit coming out now, I'd imagine. I call that on the right tackle. And yep, out comes the field goal unit. And Donald De La Haye, a.k.a. destroying on for the field goal try. He has missed 1 kick so far this season. This from 36 yards out is up and right down the middle despite the poor snap. And the Brahmas score in the opening drive and take the early lead, trying to get their first win on the season after being in the UFL championship game last year. We head to a commercial break with 10:19 to play. Right. Again, not a bad opening drive. Just need to be able to finish that in the end zone. And do that and then have consistent drives like that. And again, pre-snap penalties, not just the San Antonio things. Pre-snap penalties have come to bite a lot of teams this season. It has also saved one team, as the Brahmas won on Friday night because of a false start. But yeah, pre-snap penalties has definitely been an issue league-wide. We shall see as we have commercial break after the opening drive. Again, Michigan makes a change on their own offense with Danny Edling getting the start in this one instead of Bryce Perkins, an interesting wrinkle in the things for this offense, as well as traded Marcus Sims in between the week. They lose a very key offensive weapon for Michigan that they had last year. He was an all UFL player, played really well, had their lone touchdown last week, and now they find themselves with still a pretty solid receiving room, but definitely Marcus Sims, not having Marcus Sims is going to play a factor in some capacity. He's a guy that last year both Perkins and Edling liked to turn to later in games. Not having that weapon, someone else could need to step up in this. And it could also lead to Cole Hikutini, the tight end, finally becoming more of a factor in the offense. He was a big part last year, has been pretty silent this year. So we'll see if, again, trading away someone like Marcus Sims can open the room for other guys to step back up that, again, had great years last year, but have been silent this year. We shall see as we're just coming back from commercial break here from Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan. The Panthers offense will be getting in the ball for the first time today. Hell yeah. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be returned from about the 2. Going to get past the 20. Devin Ross up to about the 30. Again, Devin Ross looking to bounce back in his own right this week after a crucial game-losing mistake, the previous one with that muffed punt. Though, again, as I said in power rankings, I do not blame that muffed punt by Devin Ross on the Panthers losing last week whatsoever. As Danny Edling takes the field, first time starting this season. He started a few games for Michigan last year. I'm not surprised that you were starter immediately in my career for the Hornets. Edling and shotgun, back to his right, going to hand this off up the middle and go nowhere with it. Stuffed at the line, Nate McCrary on the carry, and just nothing going up front on the first play. Like, for as bad as the Hornets are, it does feel like they're just another star player away from having a more consistent success. Like, it's pretty much all LaMelo right now. Now 2nd and 10, Edling and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side as he looks to throw. Quick pass left side, caught by Gunnar Oaks, and that's a gain of about 9 as he's slow to get up. Yeah, slow to get up. Once he does, he's heading towards the sideline now. Gunnar Oaks has become the de facto tight end 1 in Michigan, where it was Cole Hikutini last year. He's having a solid year. So if him going down, gonna definitely throw another wrinkle into things for this offense that already has plenty of wrinkles in it. As it's 3rd and 2, Edling and shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side, 9 minutes of play in the first. Gonna keep it himself right down. Now pass over the middle and incomplete. Looking for Hikutini, but great coverage there from Jordan Mosley. And it's a 3 and out for this Panthers offense. Yeah. Like, Edling makes a solid decision there, keeping that ball, but yeah. I mean, hopefully Edling can show out today, but LSU, man, I'm not gonna go too much into it. All I'm gonna say is all love and prayers are going to the Lacey family down there in Houston. Very tough news to wake up to this morning as the punt comes off clean. It'll be turned up to the 20, but there was a penalty flag down. Yeah, that's all. It's was that whole situation has been weird. Again, during the NFL season last year, we were talking about like how much of an impact Lacey will have in the NFL next year. So it's just it's heartbreaking. The penalty on the punt will be a holding on San Antonio. We'll push them back. as Kellen Mond will take the field once more today, for the second time today. So 1st and 10 for San Antonio. Had a really solid opening drive to this game. We're now on the second drive, going to be starting backed up from their own 10. And there's some kind of clock stoppage. Oh, so initially they ruled it ball at the 10 because it was the end of the return. Looking, Blandino stepping in saying, hey, it's end of the kick, which was the 5. And the San Antonio will start this drive off at their own 2-yard line. As Mondin shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to get them some breathing room with a gain of about 3 for Jashawn Corbin. But still, well, is this the third week in a row San Antonio is starting a drive from inside their own 5? I mean, I liked him as well. Like Lacey had the talent to be a great NFL player. It was just a very unfortunate situation. It is, damn. Mon and shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off to Corbin once again up the middle, and going to gain about 3 once again. So it makes it a much more manageable third down with some breathing room for this offense. But still, just they need to find a way to get out of their own ways at times. Yep, 3rd and 4. All right, 7 minutes to play in the first. Mond and shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. No, 3 receiving options to the right. Ball on their own 80-yard line. Mond looking to throw once again. Pressure coming, going to try and step up, but unable to. Avoids 1 sack, will be brought down instantly right thereafter at the 5. Garrett Marino with the sack there, and the Brahmas will have to punt from deep in their own territory after the 3 and out. Yeah, there's no room for Mon to step into that pocket. There's no room. This offensive line for San Antonio has not been the same as what it was last year either. Now Brad Wink gonna punt this from deep in his own end zone. Comes off clean, gonna be returned beginning from the 40. And that's gonna get up to about the 45. Breaking tackles, Malik Turner on the return and gets tripped up at the plus 49. A touchdown saving tackle by Jalen Elliott. As the Panthers will have excellent starting field position when we get back from this commercial break with 5:58 to play in the first. I mean, this is the time for Edling. Again, Edling has not been playing well this season. Don't think anyone's surprised by that. We're surprised by me saying that. This is the drive. This is the spot right here. You turn things around at this point. If he can lead a very solid drive, like, obviously you want it to be a touchdown drive, but if he can get Michigan inside the red zone, I still think that's a successful drive for Edling. I would imagine Michigan is still doing 2 QB system though as well. So we probably will see Bryce Perkins in the second quarter, and they'll do the alternated quarters thing again. Because this is the only team with some kind of QB competition right now. I mean, maybe Memphis has one, but Houston yesterday solidified Nolan Henderson as their starter going forward, which I love that decision. Again, I thought that was going to be the case to begin the season. The fact it took 3 weeks is crazy. Yeah, obviously, unless Danny gets the hot hand here, similar to Manny Wilkins in Week 1 for St. Louis, where like their idea was to do 2 QB, but Wilkins was the hot hand and they rode it for the entire game. So again, if Edling can get hot, he'll keep it, but yeah, they're definitely they're gonna need to figure out the QB situation if they want to like have a legit chance at dethroning Birmingham in the USFL conference. Which, hey, Birmingham as well, their QB situation isn't the greatest, but at least they have a guy behind center that they have confidence in, that they can trust, and they're willing to give them 60 minutes. As we're still at commercial break. All right, just coming back from the commercial break. Again, plus territory for the first time today for Michigan, up to the plus 48, thanks to that great return from Malik Turner. Actually, staying midfield. As Edling in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Just under 6 minutes to play in the first. Gonna shift it back to his right. As Edling going to play action, look to throw, rolling to his right. Pass right side is tipped and incomplete. Looking for Jalen Moore, who still should have caught that ball. But it was tipped, so didn't come in the cleanest. And yeah, that's tipped by Jordan Williams. Good job getting a fingertip on that. Oh yeah, DC St. Louis it's hopefully gonna be a fantastic game. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a great game, but doesn't look that way on the box score because it's more of a defensive-minded one. As Edling alone in shotgun, 3 to the right, 2 to the left, looking to throw. 2nd and 10, pressure coming, gonna try to escape it, rolling to his right. Has some time and room to run if he chooses. Now gonna throw it right side and along the sideline. That's caught by Cole Hukatini for about 13. As Edling, oh yeah, he's down. He got drilled. He's down. Flags are down. This will be roughing the passer most likely as well, attacking on 15. Yeah, so it's a total gain of 28 as Edling, for the 2nd time in 3 weeks, takes an absolute shot while rolling out the pocket. And he's still down. And we're going to be seeing Bryce Perkins early in this one. This happened week 1 against Memphis. Like, yeah, I respect him using his legs to making a play, but you can't be taking hits like that. And he's going straight to the medical tent. I didn't even see the hit. Oh, yep. No, he might be done for the day. Oh. Yeah, that was shoulder to the face mask. As soon as Edling threw that ball, and he, So Bryce Perkins now win the game with ball at the plus 22. Perkins and shotgun going to hand this off to McCrary right side. He's going to get inside the 20 to about a 20 and a half as the Panthers enter the red zone for the first time today. And things are getting feisty early between these two teams. Yes, future Super Bowl winning head coach is what is yeah, candidate from last year. I mean, again, if the idea is he's going to be a Super Bowl winning coach, he needs to find his spot. He needs to get to a coaching staff somehow. As now 2nd and 8 from the 20. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Low snap. Going to keep it himself left side with room to run. Perkins going to slide down for a gain of 7 to the 13. Might say gain of 6 to the 14. But nonetheless, a 3rd and short coming up. And yeah. It's... Yeah, it is funny. This way, it was what both coaches at the Falcons had when they lost the Super Bowl had the first name Dan. So we're like, hey, if you just extend the name a little bit, they'll finish the job. So Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off up the middle. And that's a first down and more for Nate McCrary inside the 10 to the 8. I'm still waiting to be able to... I might do that in CFB 26. Yeah, good movement up front by the offensive line creates that lane for McCrary. And it's now 1st and goal. Just under 3 minutes to play. Perkins alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. He can use his legs well once he gets inside this area. As Perkins looking to throw. Pressure comes in instantly and sacked. Back near the 14, maybe the 15. Jordan Williams, one of 3 Brahmas to get in there. As that's a beautifully dialed up blitz. No, Perkins played for the Rams in 22. But for the most part, yeah, it's always been something related to a panther. Or like a bigger animal. Now 2nd and goal from the 14. Perkins and shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Play clock winding down to get the snap. Might have been a false start there. They would have gotten the snap off in time if there's no movement up front. Oh no, they're going to call it a delay of game on Michigan. So it's now 2nd and goal from the 19, going backwards upon getting inside the 10. So now 2nd and goal. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. As long as they don't turn the ball over here, they can at least tie this game. As Perkins will look to throw. Has time, pass left side, caught by Cioce Mariner to get down to the 11. And it'll be 3rd and goal, 1.5 minutes to play. Clock continues to run alongside. Yeah, he played like 2-3 games in LA, I believe. I definitely do remember him in a Rams jersey, primarily for NFL stuff with him. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw once again. Blitz coming as Perkins going to avoid it to his right. Now still dancing in the pocket. Going to be sacked again. Past the 25 to the 28. Oh, Bryce Perkins. Jacob Sykes is back there. I think Kavion Paddington even gets back there. Jordan Williams sets the edge well on the contain. And then, yeah, it's Jacob Sykes. It's Garrett Nelson. It's Devontae Beckett. And now out comes BT Potter to tie this game at 3. As 2 bad sacks there. Sets up a 44-yard kick that gets blocked. It is blocked, and the Brahmas will look to return this on the right side. Makes one man miss and has some room. Makes a second, still staying in bounds. And eventually out of bounds. That's Jordan Mosley picking up the blocked kick. A low snap, and the kick gets blocked. Oh, man. Bo Pete Keys with the block. One of the best names in the UFL. And that's a big time play for this Brahmas special team. And this Brahmas defense as a whole. A 1st and goal from inside the 10 ends up with a blocked 44-yard kick. And there's 3 seconds left in the first quarter. We're going to see one more play from Kellen Mond. This ball is on the plus 44. Mond in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Mond going to look to throw. Gonna step to his left. Now check it down over the middle. That's John Lovett. Gonna get to the 36-yard line. And we brought down there. That's the end of the first quarter. 15 minutes in the books. And the Brahmas are in full control. Yeah, Perkins and Ed, like one of them needs to eventually like break through. But Perkins and Edling definitely are a relatively similar skill set. I would say Perkins is more agile and more elusive. But Edling kind of balances that out by having a little bit more arm strength. And also, I thought he might have found his way into Carolina as well for Perkins, but no, he never played for the Panthers. The Carolina Panthers. He spent 3 years in LA. Took a year break and then found himself in Michigan. That's now the second blocked kick this season across the entire UFL. DC blocked one last week to get the win, and San Antonio took advantage of a bad snap, and Bo Pete Keys gets the sack, or gets the block. And then Jordan Mosley takes it the other way. And a great return on that blocked kick. I don't blame you for thinking that, because I thought that as well. Because Carolina had so many starting quarterbacks in between the end of Cam Newton and the beginning of the Bryce Young era. Like, they had so many. But just coming back from commercial break, they're interviewing Bo Pete Keys on the sideline now. I mean, I think PJ Walker is a spring football guy who started for Carolina. They might be confusing him with. But yeah, again, they had PJ Walker, they had Will Greer, they had Brandon Allen. Yeah. All right, just coming back from commercial break. It's the start of the second quarter. As Mond in shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to hand this off to John Lovett right side and going to be brought down at the line of scrimmage at the 37-yard line. Will be a 3rd and 3 coming up. So 3rd down coming up. If this Michigan defense can make this stand here. If they can make a stand here and negate the block kick. As Mond in shotgun back to his right, looking to throw. Pressure sent down the right side. Pass right side is off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Greg Ward. Pressure in the face of Kellen Mond off of the corner blitz. And the Panthers force a 3 and out and do a great job at lessening the blow of that blocked field goal. Ward was wide open as well. If that's placed better, if that's placed on the chest, that could be a massive gain there. And a 55-yard kick for Donald De La Haye. He has the leg. It is up. Accuracy is good, and it is drilled. A new career long for Destroyed. Absolutely drilled that kick. He missed a bad one in week 1 from 50 plus. That one from 55 was made with ease. Would have been good from 60 plus. Yeah, he drilled that. That's definitely good from 62. Minimum. That's a hell of a kick. So the Brahmas get 3 off of the blocked field goal. That's a 6-point swing thanks to the defense of San Antonio, special teams play of San Antonio, and just all around a good back-to-back series for complimentary football. And yeah. It's like the Carolina's QB situation could get a video one day probably. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be returned from inside the 5. That's Devin Ross on the return and going to get to about the 29, maybe the 30. De La Hoya? Okay. Wait, really? Haye is Hoya. Sure. And there it goes. On the sideline now, going to be interviewing him. All right, Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. And going to hand this off to Nate McCrary up the middle and going to gain about 2. All right, 2nd and 8. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Needing the drive here from Michigan. Perkins looking to throw once again. Quick pass left side. Going to be a screen for McCrary. That gets blown up at the 30. Nate Whelan gets the tackle for loss there. It's a 3rd and 10. Silent letter? Okay, that makes sense. I could see that. Edling is still in the locker room, as the broadcast just said. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw. Pressure coming, avoids it to his right. Gonna still look downfield. They're gonna pump fake, keep it himself. and gain of about a yard, maybe 2. Corey Mayfield gets the tackle as this Brahma's defense playing really well so far in this one. Yeah, he just missed Yossi Mariner over the middle. Yeah, that front seven in San Antonio doing a good job of just getting some kind of disruptiveness. As we're going to send this one down, another 3 and out for this Panthers offense. Hunt comes off clean, going to be returned beginning from the 25. Makes one man miss, gets past the 30, and going to be tripped up down to about the 36. That is Matthew Sexton on the return. As with 11:31 to play in the half, we head to a commercial break. Yeah. San Antonio has definitely stepped up in this one. Offense still not really playing how I would want them to. But the defense is definitely showing out like this is last year's San Antonio's team. Zip, we're at commercial break. It's a 6-0 game. If San Antonio can just get another drive going, get either a 9-point lead or get a 2-possession lead, with how their defense has been playing, I think they're sitting good. Zip, we're still at commercial break. Yeah. Really, both sides so far in this one have really just let opportunities go. Get good starting field position from the 50. You get inside the 10 for Michigan, and then 2 terrible sacks push you back into a blocked field goal. And then San Antonio had ball from good starting field position immediately following that, and were forced to kick a 55-yarder. It's just coming back from commercial break. It is 1st and 10 for San Antonio. 11.5 to play in this first half. Yeah, both sides have definitely botched some stuff. Which, to be fair, for the changes that both of these teams have made, both in this past offseason and for Michigan in this past week, I'm not too surprised by it. Mond and shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. Going to hand this off up the middle for McFarland. Has room to run past midfield. Still going past the 40 and finally brought down at the plus 35. Anthony McFarland. What a run there. And that's a breakaway carry that San Antonio has been waiting for all season, basically. Some great blocking up front as there's a stoppage now before the following snap. Seems like Michigan will be calling their first timeout. There was a 30-second timeout. As it's 1st and 10 after the big carry by McFarland. So 1st and 10, Mondin shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Gonna play action, look to throw. Mond with some time. Passing deep, left side, and incomplete. Looking for Jacob Harris, and that's DJ Miller. In coverage. Doing a good job against... Doing another good job. Like, that's not a bad decision for Mond to throw that 50-50 ball. Jacob Harris is a bigger guy than DJ Miller is. But DJ Miller just really plays above his measurements. Mond and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on the 35. Mond gonna look to throw once again. Quick pass right side. Caught by McFarland. Makes one man miss. Gets past the 30. Down to about the 29. Ball flash. I saw a clip of a Devin Hester punt return back in his college days. I'm gonna send you a screenshot and a tweet related to that. So Mond and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Going to hand this off up the middle. And on 3rd and 4, Anthony McFarland gets 6. Pushing the pile forward to get the first down. Oh yeah, the Hester clip was nice, but it's the fact that it was an 04 Hester clip and the ESPN ticker showed some funny shit. Nine and a half to play in the half. Mond and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw once again. Pass over the middle is caught. And going to get inside the 15 to about the 14 and a half. That's Greg Ward on the reception. And the Brahmas have entered the red zone for the 2nd time today. Yeah, Greg Ward, Super Bowl 52 champ with the Eagles. As Mond and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well after shifting 2 tight ends over. Ball on the 15. Handoff up the middle. And that's going to be enough for the first down. John Lovett gets 5 on the 2nd effort. Eight and a half now to play in the first. Yeah. Because someone initially retweeted that, talking about how LeBron put up 25 that night still. Back in 04 as Mon throw in end zone right side and incomplete. Looking for John Trey Kirkland on the 50-50 ball. But Kenai Lovely with the defense there to force it loose. Someone retweeted that clip with like, damn, LeBron put up 25 back in 04. And then someone replied to that saying, yeah, Kurt's chilling down with an ankle. I wonder if he'll play again. Yeah, because again, to showcase LeBron's longevity, Devin Hester had an Hall of Fame NFL career in the span that LeBron James went from his rookie season to now. As Mon to throw in second and goal from the 10. Pressure coming, gonna escape it. Rolling to his left now. Looking downfield still, now just gonna throw it away incomplete. Like, Devin Hester's getting inducted to the Hall of Fame in August. LeBron's still going. And 3rd and goal from the 10. 7-16, 7-15, 7-14 to play in the half. So Mond and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. As there's movement up front from everyone. And yeah, the play clock was winding down. They're going to get false start on San Antonio. San Antonio wanted to get the timeout off, but no one saw him apparently. And we said it would be a false start. 3rd and goal from the 15. Yeah, saying they would not have called a timeout on time anyway. So 3rd and goal. 6:45 to play in the half. Just don't turn the ball over. You have yourselves a 9-point lead. Mond alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Gonna motion a receiver to the right side. They make it quads right. Mond looking to throw. Pass over the middle is incomplete. Through the hands of Jacob Harris. And it'll be 4th down. All right. So Donald De La Hoya on once again. A 33-yard kick is up and good. It's a 9-point lead for San Antonio with just under 6 minutes to play in the first half as we head to a commercial break. Hey, it is a 1-possession game still, but it has, like, San Antonio has been dominant in this game. Yeah, true. But the weird thing with Devin Hester though is he was listed as a receiver, and again, he was a return man, but listed as a receiver on the depth chart. He played a few. Like he did get snaps in pretty consistently at wideout, but that's not what he was doing. Cordell Patterson is the one that's listed at running back, but is a glorified return man. Yeah, which Cordell Patterson didn't get used nearly as much as I thought he was going to last year by Pittsburgh. Like, I thought he was going to shine last year with the new kickoff rules and everything. But yeah, I can't really look at it. I don't know, Cordell Patterson even was as well as listed as receiver the majority of his career so far. But like, yeah, he didn't do a whole lot return wise. Yeah, like he only had 11 returns last year. Which, to be fair, I'm not too shocked by that. By it, like, why would you want to kick it his way when he's that good of a return man? Does he have the career record in kick return touchdowns? No, it has to be a tied record, right? We still have commercial break. No, yeah, he has the kickoff return record for touchdowns. Damn. It is weird that 9 is the record, though, as we're just coming back from commercial break. He broke it in Atlanta, damn. Yeah, I thought Hester had more than 5 kick return touchdowns, but he does have the record for punt return touchdowns, which makes sense. All right, we're waiting for the kickoff here. As kickoff underway, going to the return beginning from the 5. And that's Devin Ross going to try some trickery here. Now has room down the right side. Past the 40, 45, and out of bounds near the 47. He faked the reverse to Samson Nakua and had plenty of room down that right side. And sets up Michigan with some great starting field position in a gotta have points type of drive. Yeah, he has 14 punt return touchdowns. And people were really debating if he should be a Hall of Famer. 19 total return touchdowns, 14 off the punt. Come on, man. Don't play with me. Ball on their own 49. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. As there is now a stoppage before the snap. Oh, it's too many men on San Antonio. There will be a 1st and 5 from the plus 40. What? Well, yeah, plus 46. Yeah, Hester deserved the Hall of Fame. Special teams deserves more love in general for the Hall of Fame. Like, Vinatieri should have been first ballot. Still waiting for Shane Leckler to get in as well. Perkins a shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Play action looking to throw. Pass time, pass left side wide open. It's caught for a first down and more. Down to the plus 31 yard line. COC Mariner on the reception. That's a solid play there. All right, 1st and 10. 5.5 to play in the first half. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Perkins going to play action, look to throw. Rolling right side. Has a man that's going to be caught by Jalen Moore. Going up and getting the feed in bounds. Incredible grab to move it into the red zone for Michigan. I need a better angle on that, though. That's I would go more so hurry up here if I'm Michigan instead of huddling up. And yep, there's the stoppage. Yeah, they're gonna review this one. Jalen Moore went up for that one. Did he get his feet in is the question. Okay, he gets the feet, but did he lose control is what Blandino was looking at. Oh, the ball definitely moves. He got the feet. There's 5 minutes of play in the half. I'm not sure if he fully maintains possession and going to the ground. All right, they're going to let this stand. There's slight movement. But Blandino's saying not enough to where it did not survive the ground. So it'll be a 1st and 10 for Michigan inside the red zone for the 2nd time today. As Perkins will be in shotgun. Back behind him, 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 12-yard line. Now going to shift it back to his left. Perkins going to play action to keep it himself left side. Has room to run, hurdling, and going to fight his way for a first down at the very least. Kyle gets pushed to about the 1. Bryce Perkins trying to hurdle a defender there, and it just did not work. Well, it was Jordan Mosley, I believe he was trying to hurdle, and yeah, just nothing going there. But now it's 1st and goal for Michigan. Ball on the 2-yard line. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to shift it back to his right. They get the snap off in time. Perkins keeping it himself. Right side and untouched. He gets in. Panthers find the end zone first. It is a 9-6 game with 3:47 to play. Back-to-back read options, and Bryce Perkins used his legs for his 2nd rushing touchdown of the season. But that was the drive that Michigan needed. And they're going to go for the 1-point try from the 2-yard line. So Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. The 1-point try from the 2. Receiver sent in motion left to right as Perkins going to keep it himself up the middle. And he gets in with ease. It's a 9-7 game. A much needed touchdown drive from Michigan with 3:47 to play in the half. And they get ball to begin the second half. So if their defense can make a stand, there's a chance here. As they're instantly interviewing Perkins on the sideline, not even letting him sit down. But yeah, Bryce Perkins, 4 for 4 through the air, using his legs effectively, and the Panthers are down by 2. And still, they have the timeouts, they have the time. They can take the lead to enter halftime, plus get ball to begin the second half. All right, so kickoff underway, going to be returned from inside the 20 and get up to about the 28. That's Jashawn Corbin on the return. And with 3:41 now to play in the half, out comes Kellen Mond once again. Gonna need to try and extend this lead. So Mond in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. He's gonna look to throw. Pass left side caught by Harris, goes up to the 35 before being brought down. A gain of about 7. Three and a half to play now in the first half. They're going a little bit up tempo here. Or at least it seemed like it, but just now breaking the huddle. So Mond in shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off left side for Corbin. Has room. Gonna break. Gonna make one man miss and get up to about the 49-yard line before being brought down. But there is a penalty on the play. And they're gonna call a face mask on San Antonio. So it was a 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Oh, there's no need for that face mask. That's a bad mistake. That's just a bad mistake. Yeah, back him up. So Mondin shotgun back to his left. The 2nd and 18 looking to throw. Going to throw this over the middle, but it's short-armed and incomplete as Mond was hit while throwing that one towards Greg Ward. And now a 3rd and 18. Michigan's defense so far, if they can make this stand here, they are sitting really well. If they can make the stand here, this will be the final play before the 2-minute warning. If they can make the stand, you get the ball back with a chance to take the lead before halftime. Mond to throw in 3rd and 18. Has time, going to step up and keep it himself and going to just get down at about the 27.5-yard line. They'll bring us to the 2-minute warning, but it's a 3 and out for San Antonio. So with 2 timeouts and 2 minutes to play, the Panthers have a chance to take the lead entering half, plus getting the ball to begin the second half. Again, we're heading to the 2-minute warning commercial break. No, but good chance to double up here for Michigan. And again, I can't really say middle 8 because that last drive for Michigan started with well more than 4 seconds to play, but it's the being able to cap off that drive into the end zone, the defensive play here, and now if the offense can score again, these final 4 minutes of the first half have been all Michigan and would have completely changed the tide of this game. It'll just come down to what happens to begin the second half, with Michigan getting ball to begin the second half. We'll see. We have commercial break still. We shall see. Still at commercial break, waiting for the final 2 minutes of the first half. I'm gonna go. Just coming back from commercial break. They're interviewing Mike Nolan on the sideline right now. Oh, talking about Rocky Lombardi going in. What? Let's see. Edling is out for the game, so it's gonna be Perkins the rest of the way, unless Perkins goes down. All right, so punt comes off clean, And it's going to be out of bounds inside the 20. So it'll be same as a touchback. Michigan will get ball up to the 25. All right. So again, this is going to be a double header. DC is in St. Louis today. That kicks off at 3 p.m. EST for what very well is going to be the game of the week in this one, as those two teams are fighting at the top of the XFL conference. Both are 2-0. It's going to be a big time game. Yeah. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Perkins play action, quick throw left side, caught by Mariner. Has room to run on the screen. It picks up about 11, maybe 12. Were you saying that Rocky Lombardi is a former Bengals backup? I don't think he... Because he was drafted by the Panthers and was signed pretty quickly thereafter. Oh yeah, he was on the Bengals practice squad last year. Damn. Did I realize that? All right, so 1st and 10, a minute and a half to play in the first half. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off to McCrary left side and going to work his way to the 40-ish. A gain of about 3. I would like to see Rocky Lombardi get some snaps. I feel like he has the talent to be a really solid quarterback. He just hasn't he just needs the chance in a professional level. Perkins and the Panthers in shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Going to motion it back out wide to the left as Perkins makes adjustments at the line. Now shift in the back to his left as Perkins looks to throw. Quick pass left side caught. That's a first down to Siyosi Mariner for about 6. That moves the chains. Did he play some preseason snaps? Damn. All right, 40 seconds to play. Perkins and shotgun back to his left, looking to throw. Pressure coming, going to his void, and somehow going to throw this one away incomplete. San Antonio, he had one of their defenders had an arm around him, but he somehow broke through. And it's now 2nd and 10. So 2nd and 10 from their own 48. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Perkins looking to throw. Pass right side is going to be incomplete. Trying to squeeze one in there to Jalen Moore, but great coverage forces it loose. That's Bo Pete Keys in coverage. It's now 3rd and 10. So 3rd and 10, a big 3rd down here. A first down gets you to right about field goal range. Perkins is shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. As Perkins will look to throw. Has some time, pass left side. And it's going to be Siyosi Mariner, the toe drag on the sideline to keep his feet in and pick up the first down. What a grab. Inside the 40 now to the 38. You have timeouts, Michigan. Use them. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off to McCrary up the middle. Trying to bounce it left side and going to lose a yard there. And call a timeout, Michigan. There we go. Michigan calls the 2nd timeout. So Now a second 11. "13 seconds remains. They have one timeout. Need about 5 yards." Yeah, about 5-7 yards gets you in the field goal range. Perkins alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on their own 30, ball on the plus 39. Perkins keeping it himself up the middle and going to slide down at the 30 as he takes a hit after the slide. There is a flag down. Perkins now slow to get up as he takes a hit to the ribs after sliding down there. And it's a bad mistake from San Antonio. They're going to tack on to the end of this one and really put them in a field goal range. Yep, going to call personal foul on Jordan Williams. So tack on 15 to the end of the run. As yeah, that's just a bad mistake to make there. So 8 seconds remains. That effectively acts as a timeout for San Antonio. So they have time for one more play. Perkins alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on the 16-yard line. Perkins throw in end zone left side and incomplete. Looking for Jalen Moore, but some great coverage there from Chris Steele. And with 3 seconds left in the half, out comes BT Potter. That would have been right in the bucket if Steele didn't get a hand on that ball. So what? Oh, there's a challenge? Michigan is using. Why are you challenging this? Alright, they're gonna challenge for DPI, but I don't understand why. Just kick the field goal and have the lead and save this challenge for a more crucial moment in the game. Yeah, no, this is. That's a terrible challenge by Mike Nolan. We might be seeing a bounty gate. I doubt it, but it's just bad mistakes here from San Antonio. Puts them well in the field goal range. And then Michigan responds by completely just completely wasting their challenge for no reason. Like you just there's no point in throwing that challenge flag. That's a terrible challenge. A 34-yard kick, and we're gonna have the Brahmas calling their first timeout. As BT Potter is on for the 34-yard kick. He had his first attempt to block. This one to take a 1-point lead at the half. With the Panthers getting the ball to begin the second half. All right, let's see here. So to take the lead entering the half, 34-yard kick from the left hash. BT Potter on for the kick. Snap good, hold good, kick is up. And it is good. A 1-point lead for the Panthers entering the half. With them to get the ball to begin the second half. As we have entered halftime in this one. And the Panthers, a really good final 4 minutes of the first half. With them scoring 10 points in 4 minutes to take the lead. But even then, it was a really good 4 minutes, but still, losing your one challenge for the game there on a terrible, terrible challenge is not good. You do not want to lose your challenge this early. That's just not the challenge to do. We'll see. We're at halftime. We're at a commercial break. Again, this is going to be a doubleheader. We have the rest of this game, and then at 3 p.m. EST, the DC Defenders are on the road to take on the St. Louis Battlehawks to wrap up Week 3 in what should be a really, really damn good game. We shall see. There's still plenty of time in this one. San Antonio needs to be able to finish a drive in the end zone. That has been their issue the past 2 weeks. That's been their issue today. They need to find a way to end the drive in the end zone. They need to. Again, we're at commercial break for halftime. All right. Time to get some halftime coverage here. It's definitely one of the better first halves of the season so far. Definitely of the week. That was a legit entertaining first half of play. Hopefully the rest of the game can continue in his footsteps. Yeah, we're at halftime. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, they're at halftime right now. They're highlighting Donald De La Hoya, the kicker in San Antonio. As last year did not end the greatest for him with no field goal attempts last year and the injury in week 2. And then this year so far, kicking pretty well. He missed one kick in week 1. That's been it so far. And it wasn't the greatest of kicks. He missed it pretty wide left, but it was also a long kick at the end of the half. But yeah. We shall see. As we're at halftime still. As we're at halftime. I head right back to some more commercials as we await the start of the second half. Panthers getting ball to begin the second half, up by 1 after a massive final 4 minutes of the first half. Saw them scoring 10, including a great touchdown run from Bryce Perkins, untouched into the end zone. And on a play right after, he tried to hurdle someone. And we'll see. 1/2 a play left, so 1-point game, still anyone's game. We'll see with this. Say it again. San Antonio played really well until those final 4 minutes of the first half. Like they were in control of this game. And then Michigan got a groove going. Bryce Perkins had to come in due to an injury to Danny Edling, who is out for the rest of this game. But yeah, Perkins is playing well so far. He has like 2 incompletions. They're running well. Just all around, this Michigan offense has definitely found their groove since Perkins has entered the game. But at the same time, they really could be up by more. They had great starting field position on their second drive. 2 terrible sacks taken from inside the 10 led to a 44-yard kick that was blocked. And again, they still find themselves up by 1. We shall see. As we're still at commercial break, we're at halftime waiting for the start of the second half. We're going to look inside the Michigan locker room now. We had a great final 4 minutes of the first half, has led to them being up by 1. We shall see what they're able to do to begin the second half, trying to extend this lead. Yeah, both offenses definitely are finding their rhythm. We shall see. All right. And the start of the second half is underway here momentarily. And second half kickoff can be underway momentarily. Yeah, again, Bryce Perkins has been his mobility is such a key factor to this Michigan offense. I mean, we saw it in week 1, we saw it a bit last week as well. Again, the red zone offense for San Antonio has been the issue. Also, 7 penalties against them. Like 0-2 in the red zone. You gotta be able to finish a drive. You not being able to do that twice. Once on the opening drive, and then once on one of their final drives. Again, this has been a very interesting one for San Antonio. A lot of bad mistakes. As Kellen Mond being interviewed on the sideline. We shall see. And Michigan gets ball to begin the second half. As the second half kickoff is underway, going to be returned beginning from the 5. And that's Devin Ross with some room down that right side. Gonna get past the 30, 35, and out of bounds near the 40. All right, and Bryce Perkins taking the field. Again, Danny Edling, after taking a massive hit early on in the second quarter, he's out for the rest of this game. So it's Bryce Perkins leading the way. Since entering the game, he is 7 for 10 and has 22 yards on the ground, including the lone touchdown in this game. As Perkins in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. First play of the second half. Ball on their own 40-yard line is Perkins. Going to hand this off up the middle for McCrary, and that's going to be a gain of about 7. All right. Like that opening play. Can you build off of it? So 2nd and 3, Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball on the 47. Perkins going to hand this off up the middle and going to gain about 2-ish. And that is Jaden Sheardon on the carry. Now a 3rd and short, a big time 3rd down here. Especially for this San Antonio defense. Can they make the stand and force the 3 and out? All right, Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. Going to shift it back behind him on 3rd and 1. As Perkins will hand this off to McCrary, trying to bounce it left side and going to stumble forward, falling forward for a 1st down and a gain of about a yard and a half. Gets just enough for that 1st down. So now 1st and 10. Perkins and shotgun going to play action, look to throw. Has some time, throwing one deep, right side and incomplete. Had Malik Turner, threw it just too far outside and falls incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up, and once again, after this game, we got a big one as DC plays St. Louis. Gonna be a nice doubleheader there. So Perkins in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. A 2nd and 10 from midfield. Perkins looks to throw. Quick pass, left side going to be caught and going to be a gain of about 6 for Devin Ross. A 3rd and short. .12 minutes of play in the 3rd. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. 3rd and 4 from the plus 43. Devin Ross sent in motion left to right. Perkins going to look to throw. Quick pass left side. Incomplete. Looking for COC Marner. But some great coverage by Chris Steele. Forces it incomplete. Just blanketed coverage. Not the decision there from Perkins you want to make. I mean, yeah, that's a throw that you're hunting for a penalty on, but all right, then to keep the offense on the field for 4th and 4. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. As Perkins will look to throw. Pass over the middle is caught by Devin Ross and down to the 30 for a 1st down and a whole lot more. They keep the drive alive on 4th down. And Devin Ross. That's a big time play for him to make. All right, so ball now on the plus 31. Perkins and shotgun going to keep it himself right side. Pump fake it, now pass over the middle. That's caught by Malik Turner and down to the 15. But there is a penalty down. This might be illegal man downfield. Yep, an eligible man downfield on Michigan. So 5 yards will be a 1st and 15. All right, so Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Perkins, play action, looking to throw. Pass left side, has a man, and caught through the contact. Malik Turner down to the 15. He gets drilled, but hangs on somehow. Man, oh man, what a catch. It's now 1st and 10 as the Panthers are in the red zone. So Perkins is shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Perkins going to keep it himself right side, trying to find some room, and going to keep it himself and pick up about 4. All right, so 2nd and 6. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw. Perkins with some time. Pass over the middle. Taking a hit once against Malik Turner. But hanging on once again. Down to the 2. But now he's slow to get up after that one. In the span of 3 plays, Malik Turner has taken 2 massive shots. But it's 1st and goal now. Yeah, turn to get to the sideline, man. Don't try and sneak away into the huddle. It's 1st and goal from the 2. Yeah, Malik Turner, man, just taking another massive hit there. So Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiver options to the right as well. As Perkins is going to keep it himself up the middle, and he's going to get in for the touchdown. A beautifully executed middle 8 of this game, and the Panthers are up by 7 with 8:25 to play in the 3rd. An absolute beautiful middle 8, and the Panthers have blown this game wide open. Just beautiful. And they're going to go for the 1-point try from the 2 to make it an 8-point game. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off up the middle. And the pile gets pushed and in. Conversion try is good. And the Panthers have an 8-point lead with 8:25 to play. As we head to a commercial break as well. We'll see you at commercial break. All right, we're at commercial break real quick. I'm going to be right back. Still at commercial break. Still at commercial break. This one's on AB. Both of the games today are on ABC. Yeah, it's an ABC doubleheader, and we're just coming back from commercial break. And Panthers up by 8 over San Antonio. As kickoff is underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 14. Working his way past the 30, 35, trying to break free, but unable to. And it might give him the 36 on that one. $8:17 to play in the third. All right, so Mon and shotgun going to hand this off up the middle and going to push the pile up to about the 41 again at 5. It was under 8 minutes now. Second and 5. Mond and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Going to send Jacob Harris in motion as they hand this off to Anthony McFarland up the middle. And that's a gain of 7, enough for a first down on the opening drive of this half for the Brahmas. As Monda's shotgun back to his right, going to hand this off up the middle on 1st and 10. Going to be stuffed and lose about a yard, maybe 2. All right, so 2nd and 10 now. Just under 6.5 to play. Mond and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Quick pass right side, a screen for Greg Ward. Going to get past midfield and going to get to about the 45 thanks to a second effort pile push. It's a 3rd and short. Oh, Flash, I'm seeing the thing you send me. That's good. All right, 3rd and 2. Mond and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Ball on the plus 45. Mond will keep it himself up the middle and find a lane to pick up the first down and more. Pass the 40 to the 38. They go, if you can utilize your legs a bit more, you're in this. Bro, I don't know what to think about that Nico I'm a leave situation. All I know is that college football needs to find a better system with NIL. As Mondin shotgun back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. First and 10 from the plus 38. As Mond will hand this off up the middle and going to lose about a yard for Jashawn Corbin. Now 2nd and 11. Mond in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left looking to throw. Has some time, pass right side. It's going to be caught and up to the 35-yard line by John Trey Kirkland, but not much going besides that. It's a 3rd and 7. As Mondin shotgun looking to throw. Panthers send pressure. Pass left side is caught by Jacob Harris, and he's going to fight his way for an extra yard or two. Down to the 26-yard line, they keep the drive alive. Yeah, Michigan sent some pressure there, was picked up well, and a good throw from Mont. Jacob Harris does a good job hanging on to that one. And it keeps the drive alive. This is a borderline gotta have touchdown drive. As Mondin shotgun going to keep it himself up the middle and going to get to about the 20, maybe the 19. A gain of 6 on that one. Going to say to the 20 and his 2nd down. And again, Kellen Mond utilizing his legs. Taking a while to finally do it, but it's working. Yeah. Yeah, I understand like the whole wanting to get your money situation, but you can't do that in the college level, especially when you're like middle of the road quarterback in the SEC. Like he threw 5 touchdowns to teams to schools against. What was it? He threw 5 touchdowns to schools that weren't Vandy or the FCS schools they played. Like he didn't play well enough to try and get a $1.6 million increase. Mondin shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. And going to hand this off up the middle. And that's going to be a first down run and more. Down to about the 15, maybe the 14. That is Jashawn Corbin, I believe, on the carry. This has been a fantastic drive for San Antonio. That did remind me. I'm gonna send you something. I'm gonna put something in sports ball flash that I want you to see. Also about that Nico situation, because that's just. All right, 1st and 10 from the 15. Mond and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. As Mond gonna look to throw. Pressure coming. Pass left side. Has the man wide open. Touchdown, San Antonio. Anthony McFarland and the Brahmas are down by 2 with 2 minutes to play in the 3rd. That was a beautiful drive from San Antonio, and they get in the end zone for the first time today in a gotta have it situation. Beautiful. Again, you gotta be able to utilize McFarland's abilities like that. And he's one of, if not the best player on this Brahmas offense, Anthony McFarland. And he showed it on that drive. He showed it this entire season in moments. as there's a penalty down for too many men on San Antonio. Oh, the mistakes. All right, so they were gonna go for the 2-point try from the 5, but because of the too many men on the field, it is now a 2-point try from the 10 to try and tie this game. The 37th best player on the field. Man said I'm. The video said I may be a vole, but I ain't volunteering for shit. It's great. All right, so 2-point try from the 10. Mondin shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side to tie the game. Mond, pressure coming, throwing right side, but miscommunication with Anthony McFarland, and it's going to fall incomplete. Mond just tried to throw the check down. McFarland began extending the route late, and there is 2 minutes to play in the third in a 2-point game as we head to commercial break. Yeah, some of the deep fakes are great. They're just funny. Majority of them are dumb and don't really have much behind them. But again, the select few that do are they're good. Again, we're at commercial break. And yeah, both NBA playoffs and Stanley Cup playoffs are slowly approaching. But I believe the play-in games begin on Saturday. Or at least, no, I believe the NHL playoffs begin on Saturday. Play-in games begin on Wednesday. As we're still at commercial break. Play-in game starts Tuesday. Thank you. Damn that. Oh yeah. Today is the final day of the season, huh? And playoffs start Friday. Okay. Yeah, I think in both the NBA and NHL, it's going to be a very interesting playoff set. Like like obviously, like in the East, it's most likely going to be either Boston or Cleveland. But like the West is going to be interesting to watch, and then in the NHL, those playoffs are always interesting to watch. So for the NHL playoffs, this is the first time in league history where the Penguins, Bruins, and Rangers all missed the playoffs, which is crazy. But 2, it is the 4th straight year with a first round matchup between the Los Angeles Kings and the Edmonton Oilers. I don't know why that keeps. Yeah, the Panthers have 2 games left, I believe. I know they play the Rangers tomorrow and then the Lightning on Tuesday. Knicks Pistons is the first game of the playoffs. That series is gonna be really interesting. Oh, when the Heat are down by 6 right now to the Wizards. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, the Blues still sit in a final wildcard spot. They're 4 points ahead of Calgary, but Calgary still has 3 games to play. St. Louis has 1 game to play. The Rangers just fell off a cliff, like most people kind of expected, because their run to the President's Trophy last year, it wasn't the most sustainable long term. It was very similar to what happened with Boston, where it's just a lot of those guys kind of just got old. But yeah, the Rangers got eliminated yesterday. As kickoff is underway, going to be returned beginning from the 1. And that's Devin Ross getting his way up to about the 30. Yeah, I mean, like another big thing is like Igor Shesterkin. Like he was a great goalie last year. He got paid and kind of did not play to the same level. So it's tough. Warriors, I think, would beat the Clippers. That's gonna be an interesting game to watch. That's tonight. Yeah, that's tonight. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be interesting. All right, and Perkins in shotgun, back behind him, 3 receiving options to the right. As Perkins is going to play action and look to throw. Has some time rolling to his right, buying some more, and going to throw it right side. That's caught and breaking the tackle. And down to the 44 is Samson Nakua with the penalty marker down. Gonna be a horse collar as well. Yep, they called a horse collar on San Antonio. So tack on 15 to the end of the play. And that's a massive pickup for Michigan. All right, a minute 45 to play now in the third. Ball ball past midfield at the plus 42 plus 43. Perkins and shotgun back behind him. Two receiving options to the left. As Perkins going to hand this off and going to break one tackle and spin his way down the left side. First down and more. The 20, 15, 10, and 5. Touchdown Michigan. It took 2 plays and they respond with ease. Jaden Sheardon, 43 yards out. It's back to an 8-point lead for the Panthers. Up the middle, initially had nothing, spun towards that outside, and was off to the races from there. What a run. And this Panthers offense is looking a lot better than what we've seen previously. And they're going to go for the 1-point conversion from the 2 to make it a 9-point game. Will still be 1 possession, but it will be a 9-point game. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. A minute 18 to play in the third. Receiver sent in motion left to right. Perkins handoff to McCrary up the middle. And going to get stuffed for only a yard. It stays an 8-point game with 1:18 to play. Yeah, San Antonio is definitely still playing sloppy. 3:30 this afternoon. Damn, that's actually an early start time for a West Coast game. Yeah. If the Nuggets fall to the play-in, jeez. Those would be some great play-in games, though, out West. Well, I think the West play-in in general are going to be great. Okay. Who do the Wolves play? Or they play Utah. So that's likely. Oh, Nuggets play Houston. Okay, damn. Is that actually a real possibility that the Nuggets fall to the play-in? Kickoff is going to be returned up to the 30, and that's where Kellen Mond will begin this next drive. A minute 15-ish to play in the third quarter. As yep, NFL draft is a few weeks away. All right, that's Mon in shotgun going to hand this off up the middle for John Lovett. Going to spin and push his way for about 4. I mean, I'm not surprised the Mavs made the playoffs. They were in a good spot before trading Luka away. Like, if the Mavs didn't trade Luka, they would not be a playing team. They would be a playoff team. As Mond in shotgun on 2nd and 6, looking to throw. Pressure coming, pass left side. Is going to fall incomplete, maybe miscommunication. But most likely, it's just they being hit while throwing that ball. Forces a bad pass. Yep, 3rd and 6. They don't need to run one more play before the end of the quarter if they don't want to. If Tosin wants to do day 1 like last year, he can definitely join. But yeah, I'm sure definitely you're definitely welcome to join as well for day 1. All right, we head to the 4th quarter. San Antonio doesn't run one more play. It will be 3rd and 6 when we get back from commercial break to begin the 4th. I mean, yeah, the Lakers needed a competent coach and just one more like true foreign option. As much as I like Anthony Davis as a defensive guy, he doesn't have the same scoring. He's not the same scoring threat that Luka is. So yeah, that's like definitely that was a good trade for them in the long run. Hell yeah. Hey, it's looking right now that 9th pick by New Orleans is gonna be a shocker. Who knows what the future of Derek Carr is going to be? Now with his shoulder injury seeming like it took a step back. We might see the Saints reach on a guy at 9, similar to what the Falcons did. Yeah, the Lakers being the 3 seed is probably one of the more surprising things in the NBA playoffs right now. I think it's also the Cavs being the 1 seed out east is surprising, but it got to a point in the season where, yeah, they're a good team, but can they show it in the playoffs? Yeah, I'll talk to Toasted this weekend, I think, during Mania, about if he wants to join for the draft. Yeah, I mean, I was saying that I would not be surprised if the Pistons find themselves as the 8th seed or worse. I know Toasted was saying that the Pistons were not going to make the playoffs. I was saying, like, yeah, I mean, they could surprise, but I definitely was not expecting the Pistons to like clinch a playoff spot and be the 6th seed. Like, they're having such a better season than I expected. I mean, if the Cavs are the Cavs are the 1 seed, yet they still feel like a wild card. Coach of the year, yeah, I mean it's probably Bickerstaff over there in Detroit. I mean, yeah, that's an insane turnaround for a team who, again, didn't really add much besides Tobias Harris and Malik Beasley. As we're just coming back from commercial break. All right, 3rd and 6. Gonna lose first round. Hey, first round Cavs lost to who? Like the The Heat? Nah. All right, 3rd and 6. Big play here. Mon is shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Pressure coming. Pass left side is caught. And it'll depend on the spot. Okay, that's a terrible spot. They're going to say Greg Ward's a yard short, but forward progress. I mean, forward progress has to make it at least a 4th and an inch. There's no way forward progress is a yard short. Come on. All right, they're going to keep the offense on the field for 4th and 1. The Pacers, I could see making a surprise run. There we go. They gave them the forward progress 1st down. And that's a handoff to Lovett on 1st and 10, and that's a gain of 2. Thank you. Yeah, there's no way he was a yard short on that one. Yeah, forward progress gave Greg Ward the 1st down. That makes sense. Now 2nd and 8. Again, a massive drive here for the Brahmas. Mondin shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Mon gonna keep it himself on the read option left side. Has some room. That's a 1st down, a gain of 9 for Kellen Mond past midfield to the 49. Hey, we broke 11,000 in the stands here in Michigan today. Hell yeah. Hey, the Rockets are the 2 seed out west right now. You never know. They could do something. Edo's coming from the 1 side. It feels like it, but not this year, I don't think. Hand off to John Lovett up the middle on 1st and 10's going to gain about 2. I do think, like, a team like the Cavs, like the Rockets, like, experience is going to come back to bite them at some point during these playoffs. And that's where you'll see an upset. Like if the Rockets pull the Timberwolves or the Nuggets in the 1st round, that's unfortunate. Because I don't honestly, there's a chance that the Rockets don't get past either of those two, just because of experience and playoff and the level of play in the playoffs. Mon going to hand this off to Lovett once again on 2nd and 8. Going to stiff arm 1 defender and going to gain about 4. It's a 3rd and 4 coming up. Past the 45 on the 43. It's once again another big time 3rd down for this Brahmas offense. I might do one. I just don't think I'll be able to get it out. That's the issue. I mean, the NBA one would have to be tomorrow. I would want to include the play-in, I think. And then NHL would have to be, Wednesday? Maybe. Mon and shotgun back to his left, looking to throw on 3rd and 4. Pass left side is incomplete. Oh, that would have been 6. Nearly picked off by Kanai Lovely. Oh, man, that's... Kellen Mond got lucky. The speed out was low and behind, and that should have been 6. That should have been 6 for Michigan. That is such a bad... Oh, man. All right, 4th and 4. Offense, staying on the field. Mon and shotgun looking to throw once again. Pressure coming. Pass right side is caught in triple coverage for the 1st down. John Trey Kirkland to the 37. And they keep the drive alive. I would not be surprised if the Celtics get bounced earlier than expected. As Mon looking to throw in 1st and 10, a penalty marker down as it's a no-gain scramble for Mont. We'll see what this penalty is. Oh, they're going to call hands to the face on Michigan. It was a 5 yards, 2nd down coming up, a 2nd and 5 basically. Like, who would? What Celtics would? What's the playoff layout? Celtics would play either the Knicks or the Pistons if they make it to the second round. Yeah, if they get the Knicks, that could be a tough one. But again, like the Celtics have beaten the Knicks, has swept the Knicks in the regular season. Mon and Shotgun gonna touch past this left side for Greg Ward, and that's going to get inside the 30 to the 29. I actually said that was 1st and 10, so that's gonna make it 2nd and 7-ish. Yeah, but that's also like a late season loss like that. Though, like especially when the Celtics have already clinched the 2 seed, like that loss doesn't mean a whole lot. I'm more so like, how healthy are they right now? Is my question. Mon is shotgun on 2nd and 6, and there's gonna be a penalty pre-snap. They're gonna call a false start on San Antonio. We'll see. Again, it's going to be a very interesting playoffs for sure. All right, 9.5 to play in this one. 2nd and 11. And there is a stoppage before the snap. Oh, they had to reset the game clock to 9:35 since it was a 4th quarter penalty. They wanted the clock to run beginning on the snap. And penalties against the Brahmas in this one. Unfortunate. Yeah, I can see Magic Celtics going to like 6. As Mon and Shotgun looking to throw a 2nd and 11. Tipped at the line, incomplete. Trying to get the screen going, but just nothing opening up there. And that was Rondell Carter getting his hands up and knocking it down. Oh, they would have had to block it as well, potentially. Like, Magic Celtics would definitely be a more interesting series than people would give it credit for. I just don't know if the Magic will even get there. What, they have to play the Hawks in the play, and that's not an easy matchup for them. 3rd and 11. Mon and Shotgun back to his left. A bad snap as Mon looks to throw. Pressure coming and stacked. Oh, they may rule this a fumble. If so, it's still picked up by the Brahmas back to the 46. That's well out of field goal range. But a bad snap and Mon couldn't get the ball out. And the penalties, the mental errors, just the Brahmas are beating themselves. If he's down, though, that's a chance for a field goal at least. And you have 4th and 24. You're too far to try a field goal because of the fumble. If this gets reviewed, and it's not a fumble, they could go for a field goal potentially. The offense is staying on the field for 4th and 24, and the Panthers will call their first timeout. That where this sits, this is too far for a field goal try. If it wasn't a fumble and Mon just went down, then it will be about a 60-yard kick, which Destroyan has the leg for. Are they gonna try and get a false start? Yeah, so Peyton Party, the OC, is saying, hey, we're not snapping this ball. Either get him to jump or take a delay of game. And depending on the outcome there, they're either going to punt it to give more room for Brad Wing, Or they might send out Destroying to try that field goal try. If they get the false start, it'll be about 60 yards out. And yeah, again, they're just going to hard count this. And yeah, no movement up front. And there's the delay of game. And Michigan's going to decline it. Penalty decline, so they don't get the more room for Brad Wing that San Antonio wanted. There's 8 minutes to play, and they're gonna have to try and pooch punt this and pin them deep. Fourth and 24. All right, punt comes off clean, trying to pin them deep. Bouncing inside the 10. And it might. Oh, there's a penalty. There's a mistake on the penalty there. It needs to be a touchback. There's a Brahma down and slow to get up. Because, yeah, this is a touchback. That's Racy McMath, who's down on the ground after that one. He slightly hesitated. And thus the ball landed in the end zone for a touchback. If he would have went full sprint towards that ball, there's a chance he's able to down that at the 1. But instead, a touchback. When we head to commercial break, this Brahma's defense needs to make a stand with 8 minutes to play. Houston deciding to play their guys is confusing. Oh, no, never mind. Houston's playing Denver. So, I mean, like, would you want to take the chance of Denver being a play-in team and having to play them in the first round? Or would you rather rest your guys, lose, and guarantee Denver gets the 6th seed? Or at least the 6th seed. So, I guess they're saying, hey, if we have to play Denver in the first round, we can hang with them. Or maybe they're thinking that the Clippers won't win. I don't know. Once again, we're at commercial break. 8 minutes to play in this one. At 3 o'clock, the DC Defenders square off against the St. Louis Battlehawks to round out week 3. And what should be a fantastic game as well. In St. Louis, a big-time XFL rivalry game. As, yeah, we wait for the end of this one, and we transition straight into the other one. Yeah. Yeah, Minnesota pulled a good draw playing Utah today. And then Clippers and Golden State. I think that's an interesting game. I would imagine that they're going to play usual starters. Is he going to still a commercial break? Oh, yeah, they're all warming up. Yeah, that game's going to be probably the best game of the day then for the NBA. Oh, it'll be Michigan ball at the 40 because Brad Wing took off his helmet he took off his helmet right after the punt. Now, are they calling it on Brad Wing or are they calling it? Wait, did they call it on Racy McMath for taking his helmet off even though he was down injured? Either way, it's Michigan ball at the 40 now. Perkins and shotgun back to his right, three receiving options to the right side. A big time series here. Perkins play action, throw in right side. That's caught by Malik Turner and will be a gain of about 4. In a big time series here for both of these teams. San Antonio needs to make the stop if they're going to have a chance in this one. In Michigan, a field goal or any kind of points makes it a 2-possession game. Is what's going to be a tight finish. Perkins and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 44 as Perkins is going to hand this off up the middle, and that's a gain of a yard. A gain of a yard for Jaden Sheridan, and it's 3rd and 5. I was saying 3rd and 4, 7 minutes to play. Perkins and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. As Perkins will look to throw. Pass right side, wide open! First down and more, Devin Ross down the sideline. The 30, 25 and shoot and tackled by the ankles near the 22 as Brahmas collided before the throw and Ross was wide open. Man, oh man, that's San Antonio. Sloppy play still. So a 32-yard gain as there's a Brahma slow to get up. There's again a linebacker and one of the corners collide. As Bo Pete keys down. No. And we're heading to a commercial break, I believe. Yep, commercial break. Bo Pete keys down after the plays. He collided with one of his teammates to allow for the 37-yard reception there by Devin Ross. Now you have to hold him to a field goal. Hold him to a field goal and just make it an 11-point game instead of anything worse. Oh shit. I forget that mode exists sometimes in 2K. I also don't play 2K often enough. I won't answer it. Yeah, the answer's kind of obvious. We'll see. We're still at commercial break for the injury timeout, and the Panthers find themselves well in the plus territory. We shall see. Again, a tight finish in this one. Brahmas need to hold them to a field goal to make it a more manageable two-score deficit. We shall see. All right, just coming back from the commercial break. They're showcasing that previous play. And yeah, again, two Brahmas defenders crashed into each other there. Yeah. That's a great play design to set that up as well. All right, so 1st and 10, 6:37 to play in this one. A big-time series coming up. Perkins and shotgun back to his right, two receiving options to each side, ball on the plus 22-yard line. As Perkins is going to play action, look to throw. Pass right side, caught, and that's going to be a gain of about six-ish for Jalen Moore. All right, 2nd down, 6, 12, 11, 6, 10 to play in this one. All right, 2nd and 6. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Two receiving options to each side as Perkins is going to hand this off up the middle. And that is McCrary going nowhere and stuffed. So 3rd and 6, a big 3rd down here. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. Two receivers to each side. In the motion, receiver from the left to the right as Perkins looks to throw. Pass left side, picked off! Intercepted and going the other way with it. Pass to 45, pass to 50, breaks one tackle to 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown San Antonio. A pick 6 for Jordan Williams. And they're 2 points away from tying this game. An 85-yard pick 6 puts San Antonio within 2. A massive defensive play for the Brahmas. Jordan Williams. Oh, he lurks that slant perfectly and was gone. Perkins was the only Panther in vicinity to make a play there. And now the 2-point try from the 5 to tie this game. Mond looking to throw. Pass, end zone, right side's incomplete. Looking for Jontre Kirkland. And that's DJ Miller in coverage. No flags down. It remains a 2-point game with 4:46 to play. Oh, they're going to challenge this. San Antonio's going to challenge this. Mon kind of threw a back shoulder one there. They're going to challenge this. Of Bodygate 2.0. Yeah, good luck with that. All right, Blandino. Yeah, as much as DJ Miller's been having a great season, this is one that might cost him. I think San Antonio's going to win this challenge. Yeah, I don't think DJ Miller's playing the ball there, and he's holding him like crazy. San Antonio is going to win the challenge. It's DPI on DJ Miller. And it will be ball on the 1 yard line as the Brahmas will go for 2 to try and tie this game. All right. That was, yeah. Well, a 2-point try. Oman under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Making adjustments at the line. 2-point try from the 1 to tie this game. Mon, handoff up the middle. Deshaun Corbin gets in. We have a tied game with 4:46 to play. And the Brahmas, with a pick 6 and a 2-point try, have this game all squared up at 23. All right. This game all of a sudden got a whole lot more interesting. As the Brahmas are looking to win their first game on the year, and the Panthers are looking to win their first home game on the year after a tough loss last week. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 5. Working his way. That's Devin Ross. Zoom down the right side. The 40, 45, the 50, and finally forced out of bounds, but not before a great return. Well into plus territory. 4:37 to play. This game is getting interesting. Hell yeah. Okay, franchise mode is fun in a lot of different games. But like, it's always the case for like, if it's a sport I'm not interested in, I don't care how in-depth the franchise mode is. I just want to have fun. But for Madden, I want a really in-depth franchise mode. Because I know a lot about what goes into all of that. So 1st and 10, Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Going to hand this off up the middle. Just past the 45 to the 43. A gain of 3. 2nd down coming up. 4.5 to play in this one. All right, 2nd and 7. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. As Perkins going to hand this off up the middle and going to get to about the 41-ish. That is Jaden Sheridan on the carry. It is 3rd down. Third and 5. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 41. Perkins to throw a big-time 3rd down. Pressure coming, pass over the middle. Caught by Turner and down inside the 30 to the 28. The Panthers have reached field goal range with 3:10 to play in this one. in field goal range. They can make this the final possession if they play it well enough. Perkins is shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Perkins going to keep it himself up the middle and gain about 2 up to the 26. They don't need to run one more play before the 2-minute warning. Game clock is about a second ahead of the play clock. They do not need to run one more play. It's a 2nd and 8. And once again, right after the end of this one, the DC Defenders are in St. Louis to play the Battlehawks. A clash of the Titans in the XFL conference. Both teams 2-0. Both teams have a lot of bad blood behind them. That's up right after this as we head to the 2-minute warning in this one. 2 minutes to play, all squared up at 23, with the Panthers having the ball well into field goal range. But we head to a commercial break first. All right, commercial break. This game got interesting hella quick with that pick 6. We'll see 2 minutes to play. Two minutes to play. Yeah, it changed the whole thing. Changed the whole outcome of this game potentially, that pick 6, man. 2 minutes to play. But again, Michigan has ball well in the plus territory. A chance they most likely are going to take the lead. It's about a 2nd down. They can run out. If they can get a 1st down and force San Antonio to call a timeout or 2 in the process, they could run this clock out and kick the game-winning field goal. Hell yeah. And there's a broadcast going, showcasing the Defenders and the Battlehawks warming up. That game is on right after this one. And a fantastic battle between two powerhouses in the XFL from a few years ago, 2 powerhouses this year in the XFL conference. As it's a 2nd and 8 for Michigan. Ball on the plus 26. Perkins and shotgun back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. As Perkins is going to hand this off right side and going to get about a yard there for Tuatawa. And with 1:55 to play, the Brahmas call their first timeout. It's a 3rd and 7. If the Brahmas can make this stand, they'll get the ball back with plenty of time and a timeout to try and either tie this game or win it. It is so weird seeing Peyton Party be like a head coach on that sideline. despite being the interim OC, because Wade Phillips is once again in the booth for this game, which I don't understand. This is also the first time Peyton Party's even calling plays, and I'd say he's doing a pretty good job. Oh, Wade Phillips is okay. That explains it for this game, at least. That Wade Phillips isn't feeling well. All right, 3rd and 6. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. And then the receiver in motion right to left. A big 3rd down. You need 6. You need about 6.5, 7. Perkins to throw. Has time. Pass left side is caught by Turner. Gray makes one man miss and tiptoes his way for the first down at the 17-yard line. A first down for Michigan. And they can run out the rest of this clock before kicking the game-winning field goal now. That's a gutsy throw from Perkins. A great grab by Turner. And yeah, tiptoes his way for the first. Now Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the 17. As Perkins is going to hand this off up the middle. And going to get down to the 10 is Tawa. And the Brahmas are going to call their second timeout. Second and 3. 1:41 to play. Brahmas only have 1 timeout. Again, Michigan has had a field goal blocked once already. But it was also from 44 yards out. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Sending the receiver in motion left to right. Bad snap, and it's going to be a loss of 3. It hit Perkins in the ankles, and luckily Michigan falls on it. Nearly another disastrous turnover as the Brahmas call their final timeout. Oh, man. Third and 6. You just run the ball here. Run the ball, Michigan. San Antonio is still going to have enough time to try and do something, but with no timeouts, it's going to be tough. Detroit's only down by 5. They were down by 26 at one point. God damn. Who are they playing? Milwaukee. Damn. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to motion the receiver as Perkins going to hand this off up the middle and going to get down to about the 10. That's Toa Tower on the carry. And Michigan's going to let this clock run until just about 50 seconds to play before BT Potter will take the field and try and put Michigan on top. Yeah, they're going to be able to call a timeout with like 54 seconds to play. All right, there's the timeout from Michigan. And out comes BT Potter to give the Panthers the lead with about 50 seconds. Again, he had a kick blocked earlier in this one. 20 something, damn. And then be able to come back is great job by Detroit. All right, a 28-yard kick to give the Panthers the lead late. The ball is centered perfectly. Snap good, hold good, kick up. And the Panthers have a 3-point lead with 51 seconds to play. The Brahmas still have a shot, but they're going to need a borderline miracle. The Brahmas have a shot still, though. And there you go. Peyton Party on the sidelines saying, hey, get this ball back. We're going turbo. Gotta get into field goal range. Again, Destroying himself has said he can hit from 60. So you're looking for the 43-yard line as field goal range. It would be a tough kick for someone who hasn't done it in a while, if at all, in a professional setting. But the Brahmas do believe that they have a kicker that can hit from 60 plus if needed. Kickoff return from inside the 10. Need to get a good return here and not really going to do so to about the 27. So they're going to need about 30. 30? No. 27 to get to midfield. 23 to get to midfield. Yeah, about 30-ish yards. 30, 35 yards for field goal range. With 44 seconds left. So they have the time. They can kind of work the entire field. They have the spikes available still. But it's going to be tight. From the 28-yard line, Mond and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. As Mond will look to throw. Pass left side, going to be caught and going to fumble. It's fumbled and returned the other way by Michigan. Inside the 20 to the 16. If Harris is down, they are still alive. But if not, that's Kenai Lovely forcing it loose. And Arnold Tarpley with the recovery. Oh, does he have control? The ball isn't fully loose until his knee's down. But is he losing control before then? All right, the official review is Jacob Harris is down by contact. Did he get the first, however? Because if not, the clock is not stopped. But if I'm San Antonio, I am already lined up. But yeah, it is going to be Brahma's ball from the 38-yard line. They gave him the first down, so clock is stopped momentarily. I would imagine, yeah, they added 6 seconds back on the clock as well. 40 seconds remain. Mond and shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. You need to get to inside the 40 to be comfortable. Mond to throw. Pressure coming, pass right side is caught, and it's going to be Matthew Sexton for a gain of 2 and getting out of bounds. 32 seconds remain. The plus 43-yard line is borderline field goal range. As that would be a 60-yard kick. Mond looking to throw once again. Pass left side, incomplete. Looking for Jacob Harris. Pass was overthrown. Kanai Lovely in coverage. It's 3rd and 8. 28 seconds now, as kickoff between DC and St. Louis will begin in about 5-ish minutes. Third and 8. 28 seconds to play. The crowd in Ford Field is getting alive. Mond and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. As Mond looks to throw. Pressure coming, gonna step up and take it in himself. You need to get the first at least. And he's going to at the 48 exactly. Clock's gonna stop momentarily. Hurry up and spike it. Clock's gonna stop until the ball is set. Hurry up and you spike it as soon as you can. Oh wait, a Panther is down. That's gonna force a timeout by Michigan. Oh, that's unfortunate for Michigan. That's gonna force them to call a timeout. I believe that's Tyree Gillespie who's down. Is he gonna give San Antonio time to catch? Yeah, that's Tyree Gillespie down. Going to give San Antonio time to catch their breath. I believe it's gonna force Michigan to call a timeout here. As San Antonio with 20 seconds only needs one more first down to get to borderline field goal range for Donald De La Hoya to try and send the game to overtime, which will be our first overtime. Yeah, you need about 8 yards. You want the first down to be able to stop the clock that momentarily. As yes, Michigan was forced to call their final timeout. With 20 seconds, if you can get 12 over the middle, you take it and hurry up and spike it. Mond and shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. This movement up front. Who are they calling this on? If this is on Michigan, that's it's encroachment on Michigan. A very untimely 5 yards to give up. Now with 20 seconds, the Brahmas only need 5 for a first down. Really only need about 3 or 4 for borderline field goal range. They're calling it on Rondell Carter. Ball's on the 46. Mond and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. You can't go backwards. Mond to throw. Quick pass right side. That's a first down. Jontre Kirkland. A gain of 5.5, and he gets out of bounds. 17 seconds. You cannot go backwards at all here. If it's not there quick, throw it away or throw it at the feet. They're in borderline field goal range, according to Donald De La Hoya himself. Mond and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Michigan sends pressure. Quick pass right side, caught by Kirkland. Not going to get out of bounds. Have to hurry up and spike it. Ball on the 35. Have to hurry up and spike it. 7, 6, 5. They're going to get the snap off in time. 3 seconds to play to send the game to overtime. It is up to Donald De La Hoya, who has made all 3 of his kicks today, included one from 55. To have the first overtime game of the season, and I believe the first overtime game of the UFL. A massive kick. This is the moment he's been waiting for. A 53-yard kick from the right hash. It is up. And he missed it wide left. They rush the snap, and he misses it wide left. The Panthers escape to win by 3. They rushed the snap. They got set and instantly snapped it. Take your time, man. You have the leg for this. Michigan escapes. They survive. As we're going to go straight in, one long stream. We're going straight in. to DC between St. Louis. But wow. Kellen Mond led a really solid 1-minute drill there, though. That's he got into field goal range. They did what they needed to do. Just they rushed the snap on the field goal. They rushed the snap. That's all it was. Give yourself the time. Yeah, tried to play too quickly. Very similar to the kick he missed in week 1. Very similar to that kick he missed in week 1, where it feels like that they're rushing the process there. But yep. Again, we're going straight into St. Louis versus DC after a very tight finish between the Brahmas and the Panthers. We now have an XFL showdown. Yeah, we're setting everything up now. That's a big win for Michigan, though. Like a massive win. All right. Thumbnail and titles change. Then kickoff is started momentarily, as the defenders will get the ball first in this one. The Doman America Center from St. Louis is rocking. As this very, very highly anticipated matchup is underway here momentarily. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be return beginning from inside the 3. And as Chris rolling on the return, going to get up to about the 30. As Jordan Teamu takes the field for DC. Who again, he hasn't been the most consistent of a passer so far today or this year, but this is a chance for him to come out here and show what he got. So Teamu and shotgun back to his right and going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to be stuffed for no gain, but there is a penalty marker down. Okay, again, the Brahmas played really well that final quarter. Just gotta take your time and really set up that kick. Oh, illegal formation is called on the first snap of the game. All right, so now a 1st and 15 from the 24 or 26. As Teamu under center and going to hand this off left side. And that's Abram Smith breaking some tackles and gaining 2 on the play. There is a penalty marker down. 2 snaps, 2 penalties. And it's going to be offsides on St. Louis. So back 5, forward 5 is going to be 1st and 10. All right, 1st and 10. Tiamu under center, back behind him, 3 receiving options to the left, making adjustments at the line. Ball on the 31, going to hand this off up the middle, and that's Abram Smith going to lose about 5. This Battlehawks front 7 has been all over the place early in this one. Travis Feeney, one of 2 Battlehawks into the backfield. 3 snaps and 3 just nothing on the ground. Travis Feeney was back there. Peter Taumapenu is back there as well, as going to pass this left side, trying to screen for Roland, and Feeney gets a hand on it and tips it away at the line. Travis Feeney making plays early and often in this one. And a 3rd and 13 coming up. All right, 3rd and 13. Tiamu in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. As Tiamu will look to throw. As time, pass over the middle is caught, but only going to gain about 8 up to the 35-yard line. It's a 3 and out for this DC offense. That's really more on the reception there. And they're going to have to send this one down nonetheless with Paxton Brooks. Damn, lost to the Wizards by 1. Oh well. Let me see what you can do in the play-in now, Miami. All right, the punt comes off clean. And this will be returned beginning from about the 17 for Pearson. Going to get past the 20 and down to about the 22, maybe 23. And out comes Manny Wilkins in this Battlehawks offense. One that maybe isn't the most flashy through the air, but on the ground, they can make you pay for even the slightest of mistakes. As it's 1st and 10. As Wilkins in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left, ball on the 23. Going to hand this off to Sailors up the middle. And going to get about 3-ish up to the 26. Yep, on to the play-in for the Heat. Have to play Chicago in the first play-in game. It's not the easiest matchup. As Wilkins under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to try and end around here. Left side, that loses a shit ton. Back to the 23. Sam Kidd. A massive tackle for loss there on 2nd down. Up to the 23. I mean, back to like the 17. Maybe even the 18. That's a massive loss. Now 3rd and 15. Wilkins alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Now going to motion a receiver that was out wide to the left into the backfield to his left as Wilkins will look to throw. Has time and going to. Is that a fumble? If that's a fumble, that's picked up by DC at the 12. They're going to talk this over. That might be a fumble. Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by DC. The defenses is everywhere to begin this one. Wilkins trying to step up and fit this one in. We had Darby open right side. He would have thrown that. That would have been a perfectly timed throw. But instead, it's Andre Mintz making a big time play for this DC defense. And it was confirmed quickly by Blandino. But Frank Darby would have been open there. Again, it would have been an on-time throw by Wilkins as well. Got beat around the edge. As now Teamu back in. 10:45 to play in this one. And DC has ball in the red zone for the first time today. As we have a clock stop. We have a stoppage before the snap. Oh, snap was made prior to the ready to play signal by the ref. Okay. The ball on the 12-yard line in the red zone for the first time today, thanks to a great defensive play. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Tiamu going to roll to his right and look to throw in a naked bootleg. Going to pass it left side and nearly picked off incomplete. Really more the intended target, Quinterio Cole, who already has 1 interception this season, nearly with a dive-in second one. And yeah, that attempted tight end screen was blown up instantly by the St. Louis defense. Yeah, you have to throw that at the feet of Moore instead of trying to lob it over towards the sideline. Now 2nd and 10, Tiamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 12. Tiamu looking to throw. Has time, pass, end zone, right side, overthrown, incomplete. Looking for Chris Rowland, no flags down despite them 1-1. And that's Lucas Dennis on the coverage. It's 3rd and 10. This DC offense, 29% touchdown rate in the red zone this season. The worst in the league. And so far it's not getting any better. As Teamu is alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Teamu going to look to throw once again. Pass end zone, wide open, rolling. And Teamu misses him. Oh my God. Wide ass open, Teamu overthrows him. Come on, man. You can't be missing that throw. You can't be missing that throw. As Matt McCrane is on for the field goal try to give the defenders the early lead. From 30 yards out, it's up and good. God, Tiamu. 9:06 to play in the first. The defenders have the lead. But the offense not doing anything through 2 drives. You can't be missing that throw. As we head to a commercial break as well, I will quickly... I'll be right back, so that just be off screen for a sec. Oh my. You can... And that's why DC's red zone percentage is at less than 30% now. That is a throw you just cannot miss. Damn, Piston Bucks going to OT. We're still at commercial break. But God damn, Teamu, this should be a 6-point game at the very least. How do you miss that one? Just how in the fuck do you miss that? Still at commercial break. Ugh. All right, a very entertaining start to this game. 3 drives in, and we've had great defensive plays. We've had Jordan Teamu continuing to showcase his inaccuracy, which is like last year and so far this year, his inaccuracy has been like the biggest issue for this DC offense. And that's like last week. Last week he missed 2 touchdowns because of his inaccuracy. This week he missed 1 already, and this is a type of game where you cannot leave any points on the field. As we're just coming back from commercial break. As DC is about to send this one down. Ugh. Kickoff underway, going to be returned from the 1. Going to get past the 20, and oh, he gets upended and clotheslined. They're going to throw that flag there, yeah. Gets up to about the 24. He gets face mask and clothesline, and this can attack on 15. Anthony Beck, man, I love his energy. So 9 minutes to play in the first. Battlehawks' second drive of the game. After a fumble on the first one that set up the 30-yard field goal try from DC. Manny Wilkins taking the field. That was really the first. That was the first turnover on the season by St. Louis. Like they're playing. Oh, they pick up the penalty. Okay, so ball on the 24. Wilkins under center, back behind him, going to hand this off up the middle, and that Sailor's going to maybe get back to the line, maybe lose half a yard. All right, as Wilkins under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Wilkins going to play action, look to throw. Pressure coming, fumbled again! This time St. Louis falls on at the 11. Wilkins got drilled from behind by Andre Mintz, and the ball popped loose. They put a tight end one-on-one with Mintz. That's the issue. But once again, Mintz gets home just in time before Wilkins would have had a wide open guy. It's now 3rd and 23. Wilkins in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Ball on their own 11-yard line. Wilkins going to look to throw. Pressure coming again. Pass right side is caught by Sailors for a screen. Makes one man miss. Has room to run down the sideline. And going to be forced out of bounds. And after getting about 13 there. Was a great play that nearly got the first down. But just not enough. And gets about 13, 12 on that one. And it's a 3 and out for St. Louis. I'm not blaming Wilkins whatsoever right now for this. If anything, I'm blaming the play calling. Because like, you can't be having long-winded passing plays against this front seven of DC. At least not early on. Like you need to do a lot of quick hitters to get the flow going. As it's 4th and 6. And before the snap, we're going to have St. Louis calling the timeout. Hey, St. Louis is killing Manny Wilkins already. 2 sacks, both with fumbles, and both were massive hits. Off the blind side as well. All right, 4th and 6. All right, the punt comes off clean. And this is a nice punt. Going to be returned beginning from the 9. A hell of a punt. And Roland's going to return this to the 25 before being pushed out of bounds. But talk about flipping the field there. So 1st and 10 now for DC. The St. Louis defense has been a great defensive unit this season. Gonna need to step up a little bit here to try to get the offense going. As Tiamu in shotgun back to his right, looking to throw. Quick pass right side is gonna be caught and breaking loose for a gain of 9. That's Braylon Sanders, former Miami Dolphin, making a play there. That's a nice throw from Tiamu and a good job from Sanders to break loose. And Smith's going to get the handoff on 2nd and 3 and going to gain about 2.5. Will be a 3rd and short. Just under 6 minutes to play. Third and 1. Tiamu in shotgun. A back behind him, bringing an extra lineman to be a fullback. Handoff for Smith, left side, going to get enough for a first down. A gain of 3. All right, it's Tiamu alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Tiamu looking to throw. Has time. Pass right side. Taking a shot. And incomplete. Cornell Powell, the intended target, made a nice catch, but out of bounds. Yeah, that's some great coverage there along the sideline by Chris Payton Jones to force him towards the sideline and not give him much room inside. Tiamu under center, back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side. 2nd and 10 from the 38. Tiamu gonna play action, look to throw. Has time, launching one deep over the middle, has a man in the bucket. The 10-5. That's Ty Scott. Touchdown, DC. Jordan Tiamu on a rope. And the defenders are up by 9 with 4:23 to play in the first. 62 yards. That's a throw that gets you into a rhythm. I thought for a second he overthrew him again, but now that's placed in the bucket. That is one that DC has needed. Now going to go for 2 from the 5. Tiamu looking to throw. Pass end zone, incomplete. Tight coverage there. Looking for Mason Fairchild. It remains a 1-possession game with 4:23 to play in the first. Still plenty of time. And we head to a commercial break. Yeah, this is a rough start for St. Louis, but there's still plenty of time. All it's going to take is one drive for this offense to get clicking again. And the defense as well. It's like it's just going to that was an uncharacteristic give up there by that defense. But we'll see. Also, Bronny gets the start tonight for the Lakers. Which is funny. His first career start is Bronny James. Okay, Stanley Cup playoffs begin next week on the 20th. Okay. Yeah, but still at commercial break. Still on commercial break. We have select commercial break as we await for St. Louis's next drive, down by 9. It's still really early in this, but it feels like they're gonna need something here soon. All right, just coming back from the commercial break. A 62-yard touchdown for DC puts them up by 9. As we await for St. Louis's next drive. They're going to need something here soon. And they're interviewing Teami on the sideline. All right. DC going to set to send this one down. Kickoff underway. Going to be return beginning from about the 2 along that right side. And not much space to go. We're going to get up to about the 21-22. Some great kick coverage there from DC. Yeah, that's a beautiful throw from Teami, man. Jeez. All right, Wilkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. The Battlehawks are at -7 total yards of offense. As they hand this off to Sailor's right side, gonna get nothing with that, maybe even a loss of 1. This DC front 7, man, been the story of this game as we have 4 minutes left in the first. All right, 2nd and 11 now for St. Louis. Wilkins under center, back behind him, going to play action, look to throw. Pressure coming, Wilkins avoiding it, trying to find some room. Gonna get blocked by his own lineman, but still finding room. And now finally sacked at the 20. Wilkins' own lineman got in his way there of scrambling that one. But this DC front 7, man. Just instant pressure most of this time. And Wilkins just can't quite get away. And it's now 3rd and 14. Wilkins in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. As Wilkins going to look to throw. Pass time, pass left side, picked off! Intercepted at the 30. The 2nd turnover in 3 drives. And this DC defense. Holy, that's Michael Ojemudia on the interception. And this is the disastrous start for St. Louis. He took too long to throw that ball. Had someone over the middle if he could have layered it perfectly. But again, this is such a bad start to this. All right, 1st and 10, 2:46 to play in the first. Teami alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. As he's going to look to throw, quick pass right side is going to be incomplete off the chest of Cornell Powell. Chris Payton Jones in coverage. Yeah, it might be time for Duggan, but like that one was all Wilkins. I mean, But this offensive line is giving them no assistance, though, which is part of the issue. Tiami with shotgun, going to hand this off up the middle for Deion Jackson, and going to get 5-ish. All right, 3rd and 6. Tiami with shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Got to make a play here if you're St. Louis, trying to negate as big of a deficit as possible. Tiami looking to throw. Has time. Pass right side. Going to be incomplete. Too far outside for Cornell Powell. Chris Payton-Jones in coverage. Having himself a great day so far in this one. As it's 4th and 6. And going to send out Matt McCrane to make this a 12-point game. Yeah. Yeah, DC's front 7 is an insanely good front 7. 42-yard kick is up, and it is good. A 12-point game. Like, DC, St. Louis, Arlington, and Birmingham all have an argument of being the best front 7 in the UFL. They're definitely the top 4 front 7s. With, like, it's going to make things tough, but, like, I mean, come on. Wilkins has people open. He just needs the time. As we were waiting for DC to send this one down, talking about the attendance here in St. Louis and just again how passionate this fan base is. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from. Now they're gonna let this bounce in the end zone. It's a touchback. We'll begin from I think the 30 here. All right, 1:18 to play in the first. Manny Wilkins still on the field. As it will be St. Louis ball from the 35. This is a got to have a drive. The DC offense could be a little bit better. But yeah, definitely not looking terrible so far in this one. Wilkins under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to end around this right side for Jacquard Pearson. Has some blockers with him. And going to gain about 7. Like, that missed touchdown to Roland on 3rd and 10 on the second drive. That's one you want back. Even with this being a 12-point lead. But you do want that back. Wilkins understanding in the play action, look to throw. Has time here. But it's just looking. No one getting open. And now going to take it himself. Left side, room to run. The 40 and out of bounds. That's still going downfield. The 35, 25, 10. And Manny Wilkins gets in the end zone somehow. Pulling his best Le'Veon Bell impression. DC just forgot to tackle. It's a 6-point game. A 58-yard touchdown run for Manny Wilkins. What? And that will get the crowd into this. That's a play that St. Louis, the offense, has been waiting for. Did he step out at all? He definitely got close a few times. Like, DC pulls their best. Like Ball Flesh. I know you remember this game. I don't remember what year it was. But it was the Steelers Bengals. Le'Veon Bell just runs down the sideline through 3 Bengals defenders untouched because they thought he stepped out. And no one confirmed that he would, and no one bothered to push him out of bounds again. But Blandino stepping in, saying that he stepped out of bounds at the 31-ish. There's a Wilkins stepped out of bounds at the 31. But that is still a massive play for the St. Louis offense. But he barely steps out. That's Wilkins in shotgun back to his right. 35 seconds left in the first. Wilkins going to keep it himself after miscommunication or something there. Going to get no gain on that one. All right, so they don't need to run one more play if they don't want to, but 2nd and 10. Wilkins under center, back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side. Game clock still winding down. And they're not going to snap this. That's the end of the first quarter. 15 minutes in the books. The defenders up by 12, but St. Louis finally having a drive here, it seems. We'll see if they can finish this off when we get back from commercial break. Yep, heading to a commercial break. Yeah, they said he stepped out at the 31. It was close. I think like 2 inches of his heel got out of bounds. It would have been 2017 that Le'Veon Bell incident, because in 2019 I think he was with the Jets or he was holding out. So that would have been 2017 most likely. But yeah, Wilkins did step out at the end there. I could probably tell just by looking at that clip again. It's been like a week since I've seen it. $7 year? Oh, what? Yeah, that was 2017 then. 7 years ago is when it happened. So yeah, it would have been 17-18 season. Yeah, they thought he stepped out of bounds at like the 15-ish. Yep, still like commercial break. Yeah, Le'Veon Bell stayed in bounds by like an inch on this play. Jeez. I mean, it is a shame what happened to Le'Veon Bell, man. And by that, I mean, he did it to himself, taking that year break, trying to get more money. But like, he was an insanely talented running back. All right, so just back from commercial break. Start of the second quarter. St. Louis has ball on a 2nd and 10 still, 2nd and 6. Yeah, 2nd and 10 from the 31. Wilkinson shotgun back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Ball on the 31.5. Now going to shift it back to his left. They're going to want to snap this, guys. There you go. Get the snap off in time. Wilkins to throw. Pressure off the left side. Going to throw it right side, and that's incomplete. A throwaway. DeAndre Baker came in off the corner blitz and nearly was able to get home. Pacers and Cavs are in second overtime. Damn. But that was 3rd and 10. I mean, you got to do something here. Hey, I have to recall a bunch of random NFL moments every day. I'm going to make you recall them at some point as well. Oh, they call it intentional grounding on St. Louis there. That's definitely not, that might push him out of field goal range. Yeah, an intentional grounding. It's going to be a 3rd and long. Yeah, 3rd and 20. Ball now on the 41-yard line. Wilkins alone in shotgun. And going to just quick throw this right side for a screen to Pearson. That's going backwards to the 45. Devonshea Maxwell, the first defender's defender there. It's a 4th and 22, and they're gonna have to punt this one down. Dude, this DC defense, man. Holy shit, it's playing well. I did not think there was gonna be a blowout, or at least not. Yeah, I thought if any team was gonna blow someone out, it would have been St. Louis blowing out DC. But I thought this was gonna be a very tight matchup. But DC is dominating this one. So now St. Louis trying to pin DC deep here. Punt comes off clean. Going to be fair caught at the 11. So Jordan Ta'ami would take the field from there, and either this offense sees to get something going, or this St. Louis defense is going to need to step up and make a play to put the offense in a good spot to get something going. But again, like this DC front seven, one of the best front sevens in the league, playing really well. Yeah, because again, like last year, this was also an issue for St. Louis, and in years past, this matchup has been an issue. And hey, he very well might. He hasn't been the most accurate today, but he's done enough so far. Tamu going to hand this off up the middle, and that's a gain of about 3, maybe 2 for Abram Smith. But I mean, like, again, that big 60-plus yard touchdown, I think is going to do wonders for Teamu's confidence. And we might see him turn a corner here and be that more consistent type of quarterback now. It's a 2nd and 7. Teamu under center back behind him. Going to hand this off once again up the middle, and Abram Smith's going to go nowhere. Losing those 3 yards right back. It's a 3rd and 10 coming up. Yeah, 3rd and 8. I only saying he lost a yard there, but still 3rd and long once again. And this is a much needed stop here for this defense. Tamu in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Tiamu passes. Oh, God. That should have been a pick six. To the left side. A dangerous throw, and St. Louis nearly had the break they've been waiting for. Oh my God! Tried to fit that in to Ben Brazenhand, and instead, a great break on the ball by Nate Madors, and the defenders go 3 and out. But that was a break that St. Louis needed. And now a delay of game against DC. That would have been the break St. Louis needed. Oh my. All right, now Paxton Brooks has this punt this from deep in his own end zone. Jacquard Pearson back to return this one. He's one hell of a return, man. Punt comes off clean, but that's not a great punt. Going to be returned beginning from the 45. Pearson trying to work his way down that right side. Going to spin now, work back left. Going to get to the 50, and his helmet gets ripped off. There's flags fly. That's a face mask 100% on DC. So St. Louis will have excellent starting field position for this next drive. They're going to call Brilly Moore on face mask. And St. Louis will have ball near the 35-yard line. All right, this is your chance here. And we're heading to a commercial break first. 11:20 to play in the half, and this is St. Louis's chance to finally break through and get points on the board. But the fact that you almost called that Tiamu was gonna hand the ball over to St. Louis there is crazy. It's like it should have been like it's not necessarily the hardest thing to call there because again Tiamu has not been playing the greatest this season once again. But the fact that Tiamu nearly brought St. Louis right back in this game with a pick six is crazy. As we're at commercial break. Yeah, it's what he does. Again, that talk about again, that would have been a game-changing play by that defense. As we're at a commercial break. Again, great starting field position for St. Louis on this next drive. Going to be a 1st and 10 from the plus 35. The question is just, can they finally do something with the ball? This is the second time in plus territory today. But they're really going to need a breakthrough here at some point. Gonna have their work cut out for them. All right, just coming back from commercial break, we're getting a glimpse at Anthony back on the sideline. We have a fumble, a punt, a pick, another punt. Just been a very rough very rough start to this game. All right, so Wilkins in shotgun, back to his right. Two receiving options to each side. Ball on the 35-yard line, 11:20 to play in the half. Wilkins, hand this off to Jarvion Howard left side and going to gain about 3 up to the 32. All right, so it's 2nd and 7 now. You need at least a field goal on this. You need points. Wilkins under center, back behind him. Two receiving options to each side. Or three receiving options to the right, actually. Wilkins play action, looking to throw. Pressure coming, avoids one sack. Gonna dump it off left side to Howard. And he's going to be brought down behind the line for a loss of 2. Back to a 3rd and 10. A 3rd and 10. You just need points here. Wilkins in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Under 10 minutes to play in the half. Wilkins to throw. Pressure coming, pass, right side, going for it all. And it's caught! Touchdown St. Louis! Break Darby with the grab as Keandre Thomas was draped all over him. The Battlehawks have found the end zone. A 35-yard grab. And Manny Wilkins places it pretty well, but still hit while throwing that ball and just gets it out there. Keandre Thomas wasn't really aware of where the ball was located. Frank Darby goes up for it, and we have ourselves a 6-point game pending the conversion try with 9:49 to play in the half. St. Louis will go for 2 from the 5. Wilkins and shotgun going to end around this for Blake Jackson and going to lose about 7. So it was a 6-point game, just under 9:50 to play. And that was St. Louis finally breaks through. Not in the cleanest of ways, but they break through nonetheless. As we head into a commercial break, the broadcast is honoring a member of the production team in Wade Hewitt, longtime member of the ESPN production team for multiple sports. Then we head to a commercial break. Yeah, that was the series that the St. Louis offense needed to an extent. It wasn't the cleanest, but they found the end zone. They made this a one-possession game once again. We're at a commercial break. I will quickly be right back. All right, so that commercial break, after the 35-yard touchdown grab by Frank Darby to put St. Louis on the board, 9:49 to play in the first half. St. Louis does get ball to begin the second half, so they are well a ways away from out of this one. If the defense can make one more stand, the offense can set themselves up well. So plenty of game left. All right, just coming back from commercial break as we await the kickoff. All right, 9:49 to play in the half. All right, kickoff is underway. This will be returned beginning from the 5. As Chris rolling on the return, getting past the 25 and down to about the 26, 27 with penalty markers down. And they're interviewing Mandy Wilkins on the sideline now. As we await this DC drive, 9:43 to play in this half. As Tiamu under center back behind him. A handoff to Abram Smith and going to be brought down behind the line. Travis Feeney brought him down near the 14. That's a big time play for the St. Louis defense. First time since the opening drive that Travis Feeney has really made an impact on the play. Now a 2nd and 14 from the 13. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Tiamu looking to throw. Quick pass right side. Going to be caught by Ty Scott. Breaks one tackle and stumbles his way for 13 and a half, maybe the 14 needed. We'll see what the spot is. They're going to give him the first, it seems. Yep. So a gain of 14 on the previous play. Ball now on the 27. Ta'amu going to hand this off up the middle for Smith. And going to get about 3, maybe 4. The penalty was holding on DC, I believe. They didn't announce it. So 2nd and 6, 8 minutes to play. Ball on the 31. Ta'amu and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ta'amu looks to throw. Passed over the middle. It's picked off. Intercepted and returned to the 28-yard line. What a play. Holy, Cameron Kelly jumped in front of that out of nowhere. And Ta'amu, back-to-back drives with dangerous passes. This one's picked off. Oh, Cameron Kelly read that like a book, looking for Brilly Moore. And Cameron Kelly beautifully replaced Mike Rose in that linebacker spot off the blitz. He jumped it, and the Battlehawks are in position to tie this game up. A much needed play from this defense. Ball now on the plus 29. Wilkins under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to try some trickery here. A double reverse. Pass left side's incomplete to Pearson. So they get the incompletion though. It's a 2nd and 10. Trying to get cute off the turnover. Sam Kidd was having none of it. He read that like a book all the way. And it's 2nd and 10. Hey, there's still plenty of time left in this one. DC and y'all's defense been playing really well today. Make the stand, keep it a 3-point game. Wilkins and shotgun pass right side, nearly picked off. As the bubble screen to Pearson's going to lose about 4. DeAndre Thomas nearly got one right back. Instead, it's a 3rd and long. He's inconsistent is the issue with Ta'amu. And like, for as good as the defensive DC is, you need consistency on offense. You need that complementary football, and Ta'amu just doesn't have it. Ball on the 31. Wilkins and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw. Wilkins with time, pass right side, going to be caught. And that's Denzel Mims going to get about 7-ish. Going to be a 4th down. Like, he had that 62-yard touchdown that I thought would bring some confidence into him. Maybe brought in too much, forcing these passes now. Yeah, consistently inconsistent is a great way to put it. As Rodrigo Blankenship is on to make this a 3-point game. It's a 40-yard kick from the right hash for Blankenship. It is up, and it is good. All right, they get points off the turnover, but not the touchdown they were hoping for. It remains a 3-point DC lead with 6:08 to play in the half. My question is, who's still available would you want DC to get to replace Ta'amu if they had to do it tomorrow? There's not really that many people out there who would probably be willing to, or who would be more of a consistent player. Like, first thing that comes to my mind, purely biased reasons though, is Tua Tagovailoa. I would love to see him play in the UFL. I doubt it though. Like, there's not many people out there. I mean, you probably do call up Birmingham and ask for Case Cookus. But with Magoo being injured, I don't think they'll take it. Yeah, you could also the Leo. You could let him take a shot at things. But yeah, dude, you need more consistency from the offense. Start Slovis. Slovis isn't on the roster, it seems. A kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 6-ish. And that's Chris rolling up to about the 23. Great kick coverage from from St. Louis. Frank Darby on the tackle there. Yeah, Tyler Wood could be good for this level. Yeah, the DC's backup, Mike. I will learn his name eventually. Mike DeLello for now. He's an option. The current third string is Spencer Sanders. You could find someone else. I mean, it's gonna be tough to replace someone like Teamu, even though he's not playing the greatest. Yeah, but I think they let him walk. I'm not sure if he was cut or not though. But yeah, they definitely let him walk in some capacity. Teamu and shotgun going to hand this off to Deion Jackson up the middle, and that's a good lane to pick up about 10, maybe 11, and a first down. But yeah, there's definitely guys available that you can go after, but it's just, would they be better than what Teamu is at his best? Which is a weird way to think about it, but that's how things are. Teamu looking to throw on 1st and 10, rolling to his left, throwing left side and incomplete. Looking for Braylon Sanders. Pass was behind him, and Chris Payton Jones forces the incompletion. 5.5 to play and a half. Yeah, in a 2 QB system, I definitely feel like Teamu would find more success. So maybe the plan is to start going with that 2 QB system, and you see like what team, and you see if you can find someone to be that other guy. But I think DC's just gonna ride with him. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Jackson, and that's a gain of about 5, maybe 6. Yeah, I forgot about De'Ara King. Jeez, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. But yeah, the bottom line is you need someone that's more mobile than Jordan Teamu. Or at least you need Teamu to start utilizing his legs a lot more. He shouldn't be throwing the ball 35 times a game. As Teamu alone in shotgun on 3rd and 4. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Play clock winding down at 5 seconds, and you get the snap off. Making adjustments at the line is Teamu going to look to throw. Pass over the middle is caught for a first down. That's Chris rolling up to the 49-yard line. Keeping the chains moving. So what happened to De'Ara King? I'm shocked he didn't get a chance when the UFL formed. I guess that's why people are trying. Oh, he's the coach now? Going to hand this off up the middle for Abram Smith on 1st and 10, and that's a gain of about 4. Yeah, De'Ara King, he's now a coach at SMU. Okay. Yeah, like if you can get a more mobile quarterback in DC, I think you'll be fine. So 2nd and 7. Teamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Teamu going to hand this off to Abram Smith up the middle. And that's a good effort to pick up 7, maybe 8, and keep the chains moving. A great effort there from Abram Smith, using his legs and his power that he has. Teamu to throw on 1st and 10 once again, rolling right, passing right, and caught by Roland, makes 2 men miss, and going to be brought down near the 25. All right, now there's a penalty marker down. What? After the play, sideline interference on St. Louis? A sideline interference on St. Louis is gonna tack on. They're gonna tack on 15 to the end of the play. It's now first and goal from the 10 for DC. One more play is needed before the 2-minute warning. Oh, and now we have a timeout called. Yeah, DC will now call their first timeout before the play. Yeah, good for Derrick King. I remember his time at Miami. Wasn't necessarily the greatest, but it was fun to watch. Oh, they did ball flash? Damn, that's... No, it didn't show the sideline. Why it was a penalty. Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, there's that. It's a unfortunate situation that unfolded last night. And then you send me that ball flash. Come on. That's funny though. All right, so first and goal after the DC timeout. From the 10, Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left. Final play before the 2-minute warning. And Tiamu going to look to throw. Has time. Pass. End zone. Touchdown, DC. Really more going up for it. And they bring this right back to a 12-point game. Oh, never mind. It's a 9-point game. A 10-yard touchdown for Briley Moore. 2:20 to play in the half. Beautiful throw from Tiamu. No, that's fair. That's fair, Bufflash, yeah. Distract yourself from that news and also distract yourself from this game. Alright, now the 2-point try from the 5. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side, getting the motion of the receiver from the left to the right to make it trips right. This is to make it an 11-point game. Tiamu to throw. Pass, end zone, incomplete. And no flags down. Looking for Ben Brensenhand. Pass was low. We still have a 1-score game with 2:20 to play. All St. Louis needs on this upcoming drive is a field goal to make it a 1-score game to enter the half, as St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half. We had 2:20 to play. Yeah, you're good. If you need to take a break or something, go ahead, man. Yeah, all that happened this morning definitely hitting you a lot harder than it is me. All right, interviewing Tiamu on the sideline. It's 7 for 17 with 2 touchdowns on the day. It's not a great accuracy performance, but like they're winning and they're playing fine-ish. But like it's the idea of like if Tiamu was just more accurate, it would be a much better of a game. And that's always been the case. It's feel at least so last year and the case this year. It's just if he was more accurate, an already really good team would be playing even better. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 9. And it's going to get up past the 25, past the 30 to about the 32. Maybe 31. 2:14 to play in the half. Manny Wilkins taking the field. We need one more play before the 2-minute warning. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Jacob Sailors only having 3 carries today, but not doing much with those 3 carries. 2 yards on the ground for him. All right, Wilkins is shotgun back to his left. And going to look to throw. Pressure coming off the left side. Wilkins rolling to his right to avoid it. Pass right side, caught by Sailors. First down and more, down inside the 45 to the 46. Down past the 45 to the 46. And that will bring us to the 2-minute warning. Jacob Sailors getting involved through the air since the ground game ain't working well. And 2 minutes to play in the first half. St. Louis down by 9, looking to make this a 1-possession game before halftime, where St. Louis will get ball to begin the second half. Call Taylor Heineke. And I would love it if he can get back into things with the XFL and the UFL, but I think he's pretty happy being Justin Herbert's backup right now in Los Angeles. Oh, DC is challenging this for illegal man downfield. As we head to a commercial break for the 2-minute warning, they're going to look at this. There again, I would love for Heineke to get some more action as a starter. I loved him in Washington when he made the jump to the NFL as well, and obviously just the energy he brought to St. Louis in 2020 was great. But it's like, I don't know. A backup quarterback job in the NFL is one of the best jobs you can get in professional football. So him, he's completely fine with just taking it. I did see that that Tennessee fan with the jersey a few days ago. I think that's the funniest one yet. But yeah, like other jokes are funny. I think the fact that a fan, one, even bought his jersey in the first place, and then 2, did the Cleveland Browns thing of just putting tape and writing something on the back is funny. It's wild. But the Marlins are just dominating today for no reason. Like what? Like what? Baseball's weird. I was talking with some friends yesterday about. I don't know. I was talking with some with a cousin yesterday about baseball and kind of like because I'm primarily football, he's primarily hockey, but we both have like the same agreement of like we just prefer a physical sport. We were talking about baseball yesterday, and we were both just like, yeah, the 162 games and kind of just like how boring the pace is. It's just not enough. Like baseball is not appealing in baseball. All right, back from the commercial break. The DC challenge. DC's gonna lose the challenge. They lose the challenge for an eligible man downfield. Oh yeah, what in the NFL you get a yard, in the UFL you get 3 yards for downfield. So it's now 1st and 10 from the 46. Wilkins in shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. And DC has no more challenges in this one. 2 minutes to play. Play clock winding down. Wilkins gets it off in time and a handoff up the middle. And that's Sailors for a gain of about 2. Well, the difference is Underwood never officially committed to LSU, so it's not like you can't really hate him. And you can, but you can't hate him the same way Tennessee fans can. Wilkins to throw on 2nd and 8. Has time. Launching one deep over the middle and overthrows Pearson by an inch. Oh, he had Jacquard Pearson down the middle, but just put too much into it. And now with 3rd and 8 coming up, he had him. Split the safeties beautifully. If that's placed on the money, that might be a touchdown. Yeah, and it's like, again, like, someone like Nico, like he's not worth $4 million to Tennessee. He's just not. Wilkins to throw in 3rd and 8. Has time once again. Not going to step up and take it himself. Going to be brought down at the 45, just shy of the 1st down marker. But there's a penalty flag down. They're going to call unnecessary roughness here? Whoa. What's this penalty? It would be a 4th and 1. Okay, they're not calling the body slam for a penalty. After the play, there was a late hit by Joe Wallace, they're saying, and that's going to be a 15-yard penalty in the 1st down. They made the stop. Oh, yeah. No, that's definitely a late hit. Joe Wallace definitely comes in late and lands on top of Manny Wilkins. So that's a bad penalty to take for DC. As it's now 1st and 10. Yeah, I'm excited to see what LSU looks like next year. Because again, when LSU is rocking and Death Valley is rocking, college football is a better place. Pass left side caught by Pearson, going to find a way to gain 2 yards on that play on a botched screen, but it's now ball inside the 30 at the 28. And going hurry up here, despite having 2 timeouts to use. 2nd and 8 for St. Louis. Wilkinson shotgun back to his right. Looking to throw once again. Pass left side is going to be incomplete. Pass was behind Gary Jennings, and St. Louis wants a penalty there. And here come the boos. DeAndre Baker, he did get there early, but how much of an impact did it really have? He might have gotten there early. It's a 3rd and 9. St. Louis has the challenge. Play clock winding down. And there's the challenge. St. Louis will use theirs, saying there should have been DPI and that DeAndre Baker came in late. It came late. Like, yeah. When Dino's saying bang, bang, play, and I kind of agree. It's, yeah, DeAndre Baker gets there early, but it's not really early enough. So St. Louis will now lose their challenge and a timeout. It's like, yeah, DeAndre Baker, he gets there early, but was it early enough to really make an impact on the process of a catch? Dean Blandino says that it wasn't, and thus they lose the challenge. And yeah, Blandino's not saying that is just it with, because if you go frame by frame, you can make it look as early as you want, but he wants it to be on similar speed to what it was on the field, and it wasn't early enough to really make an impact. And now on 3rd and 9, Wilkins going for it all and incomplete. Looking for Frank Darby, but that was thrown well out of bounds. And St. Louis is going to settle for a field goal here now. Yeah, it's bang bang. I like the no call. I understand why you would want a penalty there. But I do understand the no call. I don't want Miami to sign Jack Jones. Him getting released was interesting. Let's real quick. Blankenship for the 47-yard kick. It is up, and he remains perfect on the year. It's a 6-point game once again with 51 seconds to play. Like, I don't think Jack Jones can be like a true number 1 corner or anything, but hey, I would not be opposed if Miami goes out and get him, or any team that really needs a solid corner 2, or like a solid slot corner in some capacity. Like, a team's gonna pick him up. I'm just curious on why they released him. Yeah, he has the potential. He's made a lot of great plays in his career so far. Is it just off the field issues and like behavioral stuff then that caused him to be released? Because if so, Miami definitely would not help with that and with the culture Miami has. But like, if it's just released because of unknown reasons or no one really knows why, I would not be opposed to picking him up. With Perkins, you talking about Bryce Perkins there, Bob Flash, or someone else I'm blanking on? Oh yeah, he's got the pay. Okay, yeah, his attitude and off the field issues. Then Miami probably wouldn't be the best bet. But still, if you can get at this point in the offseason, and most likely he won't sign until after the draft as well. After the draft, if you can sign him for a team friendly deal, why not? If you're Miami, you need the secondary help. Green Bay won't be bad either. I think Green Bay might be a better spot for him, purely because if you have off the field and if you have off the field issues in Green Bay of all places, yeah, there's definitely something deeper going there than there's definitely something that needs to be worked on. Kickoff will be returned out past the 30 to the 32. Oh, Harold Perkins, yeah. Yeah, Harold Perkins has potential as well. Wait, he's entering his senior year at LSU or junior. Either way, most likely his last year in college football, I would believe. Yeah, like the one hand 360 pick against the Chargers 2 years ago on Thursday Night Football. Like, he can make the plays. He just needs, again, it's the off-field stuff. Junior year, okay. Tiamu and shotgun in the play action, look to throw. 1st and 10. Has some time. Throw in right side. That's caught by Ty Scott. And going to be brought down at the 40 for a gain of 9. Wait, was he the Patriots corner that got caught with like that got caught at the airport with like a pistol? Was that him, or is it that a different Patriots corner? As Tiamu going to look to throw on 2nd and 1. He's going to be avoiding 1 sack, luckily, and just throws it away. Kita Tamupenu hurdling and nearly bringing Tiamu down. He hurdles Abram Smith and somehow does not get the sack there. Another Parsons or Darnold, yeah. I mean, if he has another great season in LSU, I think he'll be a 1st-round pick and definitely be a guy that a defense can be built around. All right, 3rd and 1. 1 timeout remains, 11 seconds on the clock. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side, going to look to throw. Tiamu with time, launching one deep, right side, and overthrown, incomplete. looking for Ty Scott, trying to get into field goal range on one play. And it would be a 4th and 1 and a 3 and out for this DC offense. And I imagine they're just going to send this one down. I didn't change possession indicators. I just realized it's fine. And yeah, they're going to send this one down to a lethal return man in Jacquard Pearson. And we'll see what magic he can do. Again, with how elusive that Pearson is and how good of a return man he is, there's a chance he might even force a penalty here and get the offense one play. We'll see. The punt comes off clean. And this is going to be returned beginning from the 11. Pearson makes one man miss and going to be brought down at the 20. And that will bring us to halftime. 30 minutes in the books. It's a 6-point game with St. Louis getting the ball to begin the second half. In what has been a much better second quarter for St. Louis than what their first quarter was. As it feels like the momentum might be starting to shift. But they're going to need a good drive to begin the second half for it to really begin to shift. Yeah, a guy like Harold Perkins, who can just be placed anywhere and be able to make plays. A team's gonna be all over that next year. Right. Entering halftime, going to a commercial break. I believe they are. Yeah, the broadcast is saying there's some kind of special announcement that's gonna be made at halftime. I believe it's the location of the UFL Championship game. But who knows? We might see the expansion teams. I doubt it, but most likely it will be the location of the UFL Championship. Will be announced halftime. Yeah, the draft in about 2 weeks going to be interesting. Okay, that number 9 overall pick now from the Saints is looking like it could be a surprise QB taken there, which I guess at this point wouldn't be a surprise anymore. But we'll see. Might be in need of a linebacker. Man, Trey Hendrickson's not going to stay another year. But the question is, would you guys be in a position to draft him? We're heading to a commercial break. I'll quickly be right back before they make this announcement. All right, I'm back. Select commercial. If they announce the expansion teams today, that's going to put a real wrench in my plans in a few weeks. Because again, I won't be able to, I believe it's week 6. I won't be able to go live for any of those games in week 6. Right. It was week 7. In week 7, I won't be able to be live for any of those games. So the plan is in replace of it, in week 7, I'm going to post UFL Expansion Cities Part 2. And just talk about more locations I would like to see a team placed in. I made a video last year that was wasn't intending to be a part 1, but I'm making it a part 1 because that video did so well. So that video was heavy West Coast when it comes to cities, so this one's going to be heavy East Coast. So I have a few ideas for cities to talk about. I'm going to look back at that video and in the comments, just getting more inspirations for cities. I do want to take inspiration from that. So that's it. That's the idea. Is that's going to be that week 7 instead of going live. I post that. But we'll see. As they're making the special announcement right now. Is it just that St. Louis is hosting the championship again? I feel like we knew that already. Yeah, St. Louis is going to host the UFL championship once again. I feel like we knew that already, but good confirmation. Is I talked about Tulsa in the last one, or talk about another. It would be 4 Eastern / kind of Midwest cities, and then one that's like definitely Midwest city. So like I'll probably, again, I'll look through it, but right now, like I know Canton / Columbus is pretty much a guarantee for being a part of that video. Yeah, St. Louis getting the championship again. Yeah, shocker. Yeah, I feel like we knew this going into the season anyway. But again, it makes sense because the fan base in St. Louis is fantastic. But you're really putting your eggs in the basket of, hey, the Battlehawks are going to make the championship. So that way all these fans will actually show up. That happened last year. It was like, I think it was like the least attended spring football game in St. Louis was the championship. Because it was San Antonio versus Birmingham. Oh, Clippers have the lead against Golden State right now. Is there a chance that the Warriors don't make the playoffs? I imagine like they can become a play-in team if they lose, right? Yeah, Clippers up by 2. Nuggets are also up over Houston right now. Yeah, but again, like if St. Louis makes the championship, that entire stadium might be sold out, damn near like 70K or whatever the attendance number is. But if they don't, it would be like another 20K, which is still good. It's still better than It's still better than any other stadium, but it won't be nearly as much as it otherwise would be, which is kind of the issue. And I guess the hope is that like. Yeah, St. Louis and Birmingham are the favorites right now to win the championship. Not surprised. Warriors would be in a play-in with a loss. Who would they play? Because I honestly, it would be funny if the Warriors missed the playoffs this year. It's right next to the casino. I forgot you mentioned that. But yeah, I'm definitely What was I gonna say? I'm already blanking what I was gonna say there. You play Memphis? Okay. They would be what, 7th, 8th seed, Golden State? Okay. So that means you'll get Houston first? Okay. They play Grizzly, yeah. The play-in games begin Tuesday. And then the actual playoffs begin, what, the 19th? They begin this weekend. They begin this upcoming weekend. And then the NHL playoffs as well begin the 19th or 20th. Yeah, with the play-in game starting Tuesday, I mean, yeah, we need to be. If not this year, again, the plan is I have like like a schedule in place for the fall now that I think will allow for more basketball and hockey talk on this for the next season. So if I can't find a way to squeeze in any predictions for the playoffs in those two sports this year, definitely we'll have it next year. Yep, we're at commercial break as we await the start of the second half. Damn, Portland's up by 15. How's Bronny doing getting the start tonight? He's shooting 1 for 4. Alex Lynn got the start. It's similar to things like in the NFL week 18 when it was like, damn, yeah, that is a starting quarterback in the NFL now. Like when Jeff Driscoll got the start for Cleveland a few years back. And yeah, that 2023 Cleveland team, they started 5 quarterbacks, went 11-6, only to lose to Houston in the wild card round. And wait, is the is the Cards game happening at the same time? Or at least it was, yeah. Hey, at least the Cardinals beat the Phillies. All right, so that commercial break here for halftime, waiting for the start of the second half. Battlehawks down by 6. And with a chance to tie the game on the opening drive. As we're just coming back from commercial break, no team has their challenge anymore in this one. Both lost the challenges from the end of the first half. So it's all come down to just base ref calls. Hell yeah. But yeah, again, this game has been, it's a 6-point game, but it's been all DC. Double the amount of total yards, triple the amount of passing yards. The only thing St. Louis is leading in this is rushing yards, but it's 40-35. And so we got 30 minutes left in this one. And yeah, big second half coming up here. Yeah, both of the touchdowns were DC got the scoring started with a field goal, a 62-yard touchdown throw from Teamu. Manny Wilkins responded to that a few drives later with a 35-yard touchdown throw. And we shall see. We wait the second half kickoff any minute now. Yeah, this is a big one. This is DC's first conference game. Looking to get that much needed win against St. Louis here. Again, winning on the road against St. Louis will be big for DC. as it won't be until the final week of the season that these two teams will see each other again. All right. And the second half kickoff from St. Louis is underway by Matt McCrane. This will be returned beginning from inside the 5 and about the 3. And that's Gary Jennings to return this out past the 25 and going to try and get towards the edge. Past the 30, 35, about down at about the 36. There is a penalty. And what is they're going to say this is? Holding on St. Louis is they're saying is the penalty. They're calling that on holding on St. Louis on the return. And this is a big series here. Opening drive of the second half, looking to change the tide in this one. Down by 6. What you got? What you got? Wilkins and shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. As Wilkins looking to throw. Rolling to his right to buy some time and just going to throw it away incomplete. Taking a smart decision there. And it's now 2nd and 10. Second and 10. Already not in a spot you want to be. Wilkins under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the 20. Wilkins going to play action and look to throw. Has time. Launching one left side. And it's incomplete. Nearly a great grab from Gary Jennings, who is wide open, but not just put too much into that one. Too much air into it. And Bryce Thompson was able to get over and make a great play on this ball. Nearly picking it off himself. And then Jennings, nearly off the tip, was able to come down with it. But instead, it's a 3rd and 10 coming up. So now Wilkins alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. DC sends them pressure. Wilkins with some time. Pass left side, caught by Pearson. Wide open, room to run. And now a flag comes down late. But Pearson still gets well past midfield near the 40. Maybe 45, but we'll see what this penalty is. It came down late if this is OPI. And they're going to say offensive pass interference. Yeah, pass interference on St. Louis. Going to be a 3rd and 20 coming up. And Beck now no longer has his channel. Oh, yeah, he's running his route. That should not be pass interference. But Beck doesn't have his challenge anymore, so it's going to be 3rd and 20. That's a bad call there. So 3rd and 20, Wilkinson shotgun back to his right, looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling to his right, and going to throw it away incomplete. Andre Mint's been all over the place in this one. But now 4th and 20. But a 3-and-out for St. Louis. Not how you wanted to start the half at all. And St. Louis will punt this from their own end zone. Comes off clean. And it's a punt that's going to be returned beginning from about the 35. A great punt and some good punt coverage. Gets it to about the 40 with penalty markers down. And they seem like they're going to call blocking the back here. Yeah, they're saying blocking the back on DC, so that's going to push them back from the end of the return. And Shannon Harris not happy with it, but once again, you don't got your challenge anymore. All right, so Teamu and shotgun back to his right, 3 receiving options to the right as well. First play for this DC offense of the half, and Teamu is brought down behind the line. Mike Rose, a loss of about 3 for DC to begin the half. Yeah, it's a design QB run for the first time that just doesn't go anywhere with it. Now 2nd and 13. Teamu and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right as well. Gonna send one of them in motion right to left. And Teamu will look to throw. Pass left side is going to be caught by Cornell Powell. And he gets the 3 yards right back, but nothing more. It's a 3rd and 10. And Brandon Sebastian gets the tackle there with his helmet coming off in the process. Oh, St. Louis Arlington's on Saturday this week? Hell yeah. That's a great game. All right, Teamu and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. 3rd and 9. Pass over the middle. And that's caught for the first down down to midfield for Ben Bresnahan. And they keep the drive alive. That's a tight throw there. Now going to hand this off to Abram Smith up the middle on 1st and 10. Finds a way to break through and has room down the left side. That's a gain of 12 in the first down for DC. Nothing going up the middle, but finds a way to bounce it outside and break through for the first down. Now Teamu under center, going to look to throw. Pressure coming. This is a screenplay that goes nowhere. And that's a fumble by Deion Jackson, but no Battlehawk was in the vicinity. And it's going to be... And they're saying his forward progress was stopped. Okay, so it's 2nd down. So it's 2nd and 14. Teamu under center, back behind him. Play action looking to throw. Teamu with some time. Pass right side, picked off! Intercepted. Chris Payton-Jones breaking tackles and still going. And going to finally be forced out of bounds, but not before getting near midfield. Jordan Teyamu just barely overthrows his intended target of Chris Rowland, and Chris Payton-Jones is right there as the ball lands in his lap. And St. Louis's defense makes another big-time play. Yeah, terrible separation there between Rowland and Cornell Powell. As yet, none of them knew. Yeah, Rowland ran that route too shallow, I think. And Chris Payton-Jones. Yeah, either way, not those guys had no separation on that route concept. In the same spot, and Teyamu put too much into it, and Chris Payton-Jones was served up a cookie on that one. As we're heading to a commercial break with 9:20 to play in the third, it's 1st and 10 for St. Louis. The second interception on the day for Teyamu. That was it was good. The drive was going well, but just one bad mistake, and all of a sudden St. Louis has the ball again. It's the consistency with it. And I can't tell if I can only sit here from watching and saying that Rowland ran that route shallow based off of the separation between him and Cornell Powell. But for all I know, Powell could have ran that route too deep, and Teyamu still just put too much into it. It's hard to say, but that's still that's a throw that even if Rowland did run that route, run that route at a proper depth, assuming that Rowland did run the route too shallow, that still would have been a high pass and one that he would have needed to kind of jump and stop his momentum to get. That ball needs to be towards the sideline, let him run underneath it, toe drag if needed. But that ball was still just not the greatest. Again, if it was on target, there's a potential there for that's still a big play and there's still potential there. But it's just that whole sequence was a mess. But we'll see. Can the defense step up once again? The ground game is working fine. I would have just I believe it was first down. I would have just gone right back to the ground there instead of a deep shot. If you don't want to run it again, do something shorter. There's no need to throw that ball 20 yards down the field. Just coming back from commercial break, and ESPN is talking about college hockey. As Western Michigan, they did win the national championship last night in hockey, beating Boston University, and first time championships over there in Western Michigan. A 6-2 win for Western Michigan last night to take home their very first national championship. I think in school history, no? Definitely in program history. All right, just coming back from that commercial break. Ball on the plus 45. Wilkins shotgun back behind him. Two receiving options to each side as Wilkins going to hand this off to Jacob Saylor's left side and going to get about 4 on that one. Maybe 3.5, 4. Another good interview with Seneca Wallace on the sideline. Former Seattle Seahawk legend there. As Wilkins in shotgun. Going to hand this off once again to Sailors. Trying to bounce it right side, but nothing going. Gonna lose a yard. Alright, so now a 3rd and long coming up. Third and 7. Wilkins alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Ball on the 42-yard line. Not quite in field goal range yet. As Wilkins to throw. Pass right side is caught, and that's Pearson for a gain of about 3, maybe 4. Still don't think you're quite in field goal range yet. Is this 4th down? Alright, they're gonna send out Rodrigo Blankenship for a long field goal try here, trying to make this a 3-point game. But a wasted opportunity there for St. Louis. It's 4th and 3. You sure you want to keep the offense out here? I don't know. I mean, Blankenship can hit from here. But I think I would have kept the offense on the field at this point. Down by 6, 7:50 to play in the 3rd. And this is gonna be a long kick for Blankenship. Yeah, it'll be a 56-yard kick to make it a 3-point game. Yeah, 56-yard kick. Blankenship, he has the leg from the right hash. It is up, has the accuracy, and it's drilled. Rodrigo Blankenship. It's now a 3-point game in St. Louis. What a kick, man. Holy. What a kick. And yeah, that's a new career long for Blankenship. His longest in the NFL was 53. That from 56. And he knew instantly that was good. He drilled that ball. And that's a great kick there, man. All right, 7.5 to play in the 3rd. It's a 3-point game now. Wait. Oh, I heard something. I don't think. Okay. I can't tell if he said UCA or UCF. Either way, it would not make sense to the situation. There was a guy in the crowd there that got hot mic'd. All right. We wait the kickoff here. The crowd's loud. Like, it's still a solid crowd. I don't think it's quite what last week's was, or what some of the highs from last year were, but it's still probably high 20s, low 30s. And Duggan has not seen the field yet today. It has been Manny Wilkins through and through. As kickoff underway, will begin the return from about the 5 and working his way past the 30 to about the 34. I haven't seen. I don't think the attendance has been announced yet from St. Louis. All right, 1st and 10. Tiamu and shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. And nothing going. Trying to hand off to Abram Smith, but it was met instantly. Got blown up quickly. And that's a loss of at least 5. Willie Harvey in the backfield. He blew right through the gap and legit met the handoff at the point as well. I've seen some people say it doesn't look that great. I mean, I think it looks fine for St. Louis, man. It doesn't help that the Cardinals played at home today as well, but I still think it's fine. 2nd and 15, Tiamu looking to throw. Pressure coming, pass left side, caught by Smith on the screen. And going to break 1 tackle and going to get 14 and a half. Will be a 3rd and short. 3rd and much short. 3rd and inches coming up as Smith a little slow to get up. Don't think there's anything to worry about though. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of like needs background music. I was not sure how. I would probably need to figure out a way to make it so it's not too loud. As handoff up the middle is going to gain enough for the 1st down and gain a 4, maybe 5. Yeah, I mean, I could always probably get some like lo-fi going in the background at some point. I just don't think like once I have like a more stable and permanent setup, that might be something I decide to add. But I think for now, it's fine. Tommy to throw on 1st and 10, pass left side is well off the mark, incomplete. Looking for Chris Rowland, but threw that too far outside. This is now 2nd and 10, 5.5 to play in the 3rd. With Tiamu now in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 48. Tiamu gonna hand this off left side. Has room to run for Deion Jackson. Past the 40, the 30, and inside the 25 to the 23. Deion Jackson. There's the run that this DC team has been waiting for. Beautiful blocking up front. A big lane going. And a touchdown save and tackle there by Nate Medors. And it's now 1st and 10. Going to look to throw. Quick pass left side. Caught by Powell. Gets the 1st down and inside the 10 to the 9. A 1st and goal coming up for DC. A touchdown and drive here would be big for DC. Gives them a chance to take a 2-possession lead. Tiamu in shotgun, gonna look to throw. Pressure coming, rolling to his right. Now throwing, end zone incomplete. Looking for Ty Scott, Chris Payton Jones in coverage. There is a penalty marker down. And it's gonna be too many men on the field for St. Louis. And that up tempo for DC makes it a 1st and goal from inside the 5. All right, just under 4.5 to play. Ball on the 5-yard line exactly. Tiamu in shotgun. A back behind him, a fullback to his right, and a tight end to his left. Handoff left side for Abram Smith, goes nowhere. Quinterio Cole in the backfield for a loss of about 3.5, maybe 4. And Abram Smith is slow to get up. Great play by Quinterio Cole. And yeah, Smith slow to get up after the loss there. It's a gator roll. It is a gator roll tackle. Those can be dangerous. But he's up. He's walking off the field under his own power. Those are all good signs. But he gets gator rolled on that one. All right, but 4 minutes to play in the 3rd. It's 2nd and goal now from about the 8-ish, 8.5. Let me go show. Going empty? Yeah, going empty here. Tiamu alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Interesting going empty here. First, second and goal from the 9. Tiamu looks to throw. Has time. Pass. End zone. Wide open and incomplete. Ty Scott dropped it. Oh, he was wide open and the ball was placed perfectly by Tiamu. Oh my. That's one that needs to come down. He needs to come down with that one next time. That's all right. Third and goal from the 9-yard line. As the dome is beginning to get loud, Tiamu to throw. Well, now Tiamu to throw. Has some time, rolling to his right to buy some more. Looking, still looking, end zone and incomplete. Looking for Cornell Powell, a dangerous throw that falls harmlessly to the ground. And Quinterio Cole, one of a few Battlehawks in the area there. In his 4th and goal with 3:12 to play in the 3rd. And out comes Matt McCrane and the field goal unit. It will remain a 1-possession game and a simple touchdown game. A 27-yard kick from the left hash to give DC the 6-point lead. It is up, and he hooked it to the left. Oh, Matt McCrane hooked it left, and it's no good. A very, very uncharacteristic miss from Matt McCrane. And the Battlehawks are down by 3 with 2:46 to play. That is not one he misses. And we're going to head to a commercial break afterwards as well. That is very uncharacteristic. Matt McCrane is one of the most reliable legs in the UFL. And he missed from 27 yards out. This game about to get a whole lot more interesting then because of that. As Manny Wilkins and the St. Louis offense will begin with ball on their own 17 when we get back from this commercial break. All right. This game got a whole lot more interesting. Got a whole lot more interesting because of that missed kick. It was a solid, like, Ty Scott dropping that touchdown. Like, him dropping that touchdown is a game-changing play, which led to another game-changing play in the miss. In that miss right there by Matt McCrane. We'll see. This DC defense has been playing really well today, so they can definitely make up for it. But we'll see. Yeah, but still at commercial break here. Still at commercial break, baby. Yeah, I mean, this is... that missed field goal, man. We'll see. The thing is, can St. Louis take advantage of this? Haven't fully been able to take advantage of previous opportunities given to them by DC's mistakes. Need to be able to take advantage of this one. as we're just coming back from commercial break. Again, St. Louis ball on their own 17 and a great opportunity here. Can they take advantage of it? There you go. NFL Draft, April 24th from Green Bay, Wisconsin. We'll be live for... We'll have a dedicated night 1 stream, but we'll be live during nights 2 and 3 as well because the UFL is on those nights as well. But yeah. Wilkins in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Actually, ball on their own 25-yard line. Back now shifted to Wilkins' left. As Wilkins going to hand this off right side for Jarvion Howard and going to lose about a yard. DeAndre Baker, the one you got in there for the tackle for loss. So 2nd and 11. Wilkins under center, back behind him. 3 receivers to the right, and a motion, one of them towards the left. As Wilkins going to play action, looking to throw. Pressure coming, trying to step up and avoid it. Now going to shovel it right side for the check down and going to get to the 30 to make it a 2nd and 5. Or 3rd and 5. So 3rd and 5, that's Chase Allen on the reception. I haven't seen much of Jake Sutherland yet this season. He could be a big piece there. He could be a big piece in future games, and even in this one. Wilkins in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Now going to shift it back to his right as Wilkins looks to throw. Pressure coming, rolling to his right to buy some time. Gonna throw right side, that's caught, and that's Jake Sutherland for a gain of 8 and a first down. What'd I say? Just talking about Jake Sutherland needing to get involved a bit. And he does right there. Manny Wilkins, a great job to just buy time and letting Sutherland find space to pick up a much needed first down. What'd I say? And there's a defender down after that one. Is Bryce Thompson. Slow to get up. Right, he seems to be in a lot of pain. Pointing towards that right shoulder. Bryce Thompson is one hell of a secondary player. So hopefully everything's okay there. Yep, so talking to Duggan on the sideline. So 1st and 10 as Thompson's off the field, able to get up luckily. As Wilkins in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. 1st and 10 from the 38. Can motion a tight end from the left to the right. As Wilkins tossing this right side. That's blown up instantly. Jacob Sailors down to the 30. That's DeAndre Baker with the tackle for loss. Former 1st-round pick of the New York Giants. Making a big-time play there. Oh, man, that's... The tackle unable to get out there in time. And DeAndre Baker, man, a big-time play. So Wilkins' shotgun back to his right, looking to throw now with 2nd and 16. Pass right side for Darby and incomplete. Looking for Frank Darby, DeAndre Baker in coverage, and a really nice back-to-back plays for DeAndre Baker. It's now 3rd and 16. St. Louis does not need to run one more play before the end of the quarter. Play clock, game clock running down. 4, 3, 2. That's the end of the third quarter. A 3-point game, 15 minutes left from St. Louis. This one's going to come down to the wire. 3rd and 16 for St. Louis when we get back from commercial break. And man, oh man, St. Louis, man, is just not able to capitalize off of mistakes of DC as well as they should. Again, they have some field goal. They have off of the first interception, they have their one touchdown. Off of the second, they got a field goal. And then off of this missed kick, you really needed to at least tie the game with a field goal. It's a 3rd and 16 though, so we'll see. There's still a chance, but it's unlikely. But they really need to capitalize off of some of these mistakes a lot better than they have. But we'll see. 15 minutes. 15 minutes remain in a game that could very easily decide the XFL conference come the end of the season. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, but still that commercial break here. Still that commercial break. We shall see. Still that commercial break, waiting for the start of the fourth quarter. Waiting for the start of the fourth here. Again, a 3rd and 16 is not easy to get, but St. Louis was able to convert 2 3rd and 18s in week 1 against Houston, and so it's just coming back from commercial break. All right, just coming back from commercial break. In what has been a defensive game, a little bit of a QB duel, just an all-around a really great game. And what has been a week of some really great games in the UFL. And definitely a game that Wilkins wants back in his hole. Not his greatest of games this season. Jordan Teamu, though, I mean, he's playing his usual self, it seems. So Wilkinson shotgun back to his left. 3rd and 16, looking to throw. Pressure coming. Pass left side, caught by Sailors. Going to get past the 40, down to the 43. Not enough for the first down. And now a decision to be made by Anthony Beck here. It's a 4th and 6 in your own territory at the 43. And out comes the punting unit. Gonna give this back to DC. Down by 3 with 14 and a half to play. All right, punt comes off clean. And it's a nice punt that will be returned beginning from the 15. And the punt coverage means down at the 24. Now Jordan Ta'amu takes the field, looking to extend this lead in what is a very important fourth quarter. Yeah, a touchdown and get that get a potential 2-possession lead would be big. As long as a touchdown as a whole would be big. St. Louis is not being able to do much with the ball. Making sure they need to get the conversion as well. That's Ta'amu in shotgun, motioning a back into the backfield to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Going to hand this, no, play action, throw over the middle. That's caught for the first down and more. That's Braylon Sanders, a gain of about 13. And yeah, now they're finally blowing the whistle and saying that he was tagged down. There was a mess there. So a 1st and 10 now. Ta'amu in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. Ball on their own 38-yard line. Going to hand this off up the middle for Abram Smith. He's going to get past the 40 to about the 42, 43-ish. It'll be a 2nd down. Just under 13 and a half to play. Ta'amu under center, back behind him. 3 receivers to the right. Going to hand this off left side for Smith, and that's going to be... They're saying a gain of 5. So a 2nd and 5. They get the 5 needed. 13 minutes to play. 1st and 10. Ta'amu in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Ball on the 48. Ta'amu looking to throw, rolling to his right. Pass in and incomplete. A throwaway, basically somewhat near Chris Rowland. 2nd and 10 coming up. I mean, if DC gets in the end zone, I say just go for the 1 and take that 2-possession lead. A 10-point lead at this stage of the game would be big. So 2nd and 10. Ta'amu in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to look to throw. Pass over the middle. It's caught for the first down. And he might have fumbled this one. And if so, that's St. Louis's ball. They fell on it. Ty Scott. And they're saying he caught it. I think the initial ruling is going to be a fumble, I believe. No, ruling on the field is incomplete. 3rd and 10. That is bang bang there. There's a clear recovery from St. Louis. The question is, like, did he go through the process of a catch? If he did, I think it would be if he had. It's not definitely not a fumble. It's definitely not a fumble. It's either down by contact or incomplete. As his elbow touches, the ball is forced loose by the ground. The question is just, is there enough time between catch and ball coming loose where you can say he had possession and he had control? Okay, so because it was ruled incomplete on the field, it's going to stand, as Blandino say, not enough evidence to overturn this. So Ta'amu in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right. 3rd and 10 from their own 48. Ta'amu to throw. Pass over the middle. It's incomplete. Through the hands of Chris Rowland. And they're going to have to send this down to St. Louis. Oh, an unfortunate series there. Needed points in some capacity. Yeah, I'm not understanding the lack of a lack of the ground game here. It's working. Like it's getting you something. And now like under 11 and a half to play, the punt is nearly blocked, but comes off clean. Going to bounce and be down at around a 22. Yeah, St. Louis ball near the 22 with 11:08 to play. The ground game needs to be more of a factor for DC next drive though. Like it's working. It's not working fantastically, but getting a 2-yard carry there on first down sets you up a lot better on second and third than the incompletion did. Or hell, like a 3rd and 8, a 3rd and 7 is better than a 3rd and 10. But we'll see. We're at commercial break. Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen this, both from DC and from the UFL and from NFL teams as well. Like just the quickness to abandon the run makes no sense to me. Like I always say, the most neutral play in football is a 3 to 4 yard run. Like that's the most neutral play. And like Abram Smith could have gotten you with 3 on first or second down to make it a much more manageable following downs. It just doesn't make sense. We'll see. This DC defense has been playing really well, so we'll see. The St. Louis offense though, it feels like they're due soon. It feels like they're due for something. Yeah, the defense is gonna really need to step up here. Yeah, one more stop and that could be the game, depending on how much time runs off the clock here for the St. Louis drive. But we'll see. We're still at commercial break. They're taking a while with this commercial, huh? Nuggets and Timberwolves have clinched. And the winners of Clippers or Warriors gets the final playoff spot. The loser go to the play-in. Come on, Clippers. All right, just coming back from the commercial break. It's a 1st and 10 for Arlington. For St. Louis, they're just showing the Arlington-Birmingham highlights from Friday night. Yeah, it has been a week of close games. It has been a week of some really tight and really close games. Gotta love it. All right. Wilkinson shotgun, back behind him and a back to his right. 1st and 10. And a flea flicker, pass left side for Sailors. And it's going to get out of bounds to the 30, a gain of 8. Was that a flea flicker screen? Yeah, that was a flea flicker screenplay by St. Louis that picks up 8. So now Wilkins in shotgun, back to his left, 3 to his right, 3 receivers to his right. 2nd and 2, gonna look to throw. Quick pass left side, caught by Sailors in the backfield. Breaks one tackle, breaks a second, and breaks a third past midfield. Past the 40, cutting inside and down to the 36. Jacob Sailors, there's the big time play they've been waiting for. Jacob Sailors comes up big and nearly was one tackle away from breaking that one. DeAndre Baker misses one. Sam Kidd misses one. And now Wilkins in shotgun back to his right. First and 10 from the 36. Handoff up the middle for Howard. Going to get to about the 33-ish. When you can get the ball in Jacob Sailors' hands in open space, you want to do it. He is that good. Now Wilkins to throw on 2nd and 6. Rolling to his right to buy some time. Avoided one sack. And just going to throw this away incomplete. Oh, and Wilkins gets hit kind of late there, but no penalty down. Yeah, no, not really. And a playing team by record. Yeah, that's the nature of things. I mean, the Timberwolves could probably surprise people, but who knows? 3rd and 6, just under 9 minutes to play. Wilkinson shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the plus 32. Wilkins looking to throw. Can't go backwards. Rolling to his right to buy some time. Still looking downfield. Throwing is picked off! Intercepted and returned back to about the 32. There's a flag coming in late. Oh, what's this penalty? It's picked off by Willie Drew. What's the penalty? 8:37 to play. What is the penalty? What's the penalty? Personal foul, unnecessary roughness on DC. Is still first down DC. They still get the interception. That's not the throw to make, Wilkins. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. Yeah, one, he has a clean pocket that he definitely abandoned and should have stepped up into instead. And then 2, he escapes and throws it behind him and throws it cross body when he should have just thrown it away in the first place. And that's a terrible mistake to make there. Just throw it away, or step up in the pocket and hit that backside in route that was open to Denzel Mims. Instead, gonna need this defense to step up once more for St. Louis. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. 8:37 to play. DC ball on their own 17-yard line. I mean, yeah, but didn't the Nuggets beat the Timberwolves last year? Or am I getting confused? Yamu and shotgun, handoff up the middle, and that's Deion Jackson for a gain of 2 up to the 20. Under 8.5 to play, a 2nd and 8. A big time drive here for this DC offense. Yeah, that is a Jordan Ta'amu type play to make. That's a terrible decision to make there. So 2nd and 8. Ta'amu and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side as Ta'amu is going to hand this off up the middle once again. And Deion Jackson going to gain about 2 yards once again. And a big 3rd down coming up. But see, even though it is 3rd down still, It's 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5. That's a lot easier to convert than 3rd and 10. As with 7.5 to play in this one, a 3rd and 6. A big time 3rd and 6. Te'amu in shotgun back to his right. In the motion to back out wide to the right now. 3 receiving options to the right, 2 to the left. Te'amu to throw. Pressure coming, pass right side. And caught by Briley Moore to the 45. A beautiful layered pass by Te'amu in a bucket. And with 7 minutes to play, it's 1st and 10 for DC. That's a gutsy throw into double coverage, but is placed absolutely perfectly. Now Te'amu in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. A fresh set of downs. Te'amu going to hand this off up the middle for Abram Smith. And that's a gain of 4 up to the 49. 6.5 to play now. This St. Louis defense going to need to make a stand at some point. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. But what was St. Louis's one of better drives of the game ended in an interception the drive prior. Te'amu to throw. Pass left side. Takes a hit. While throwing that ball incomplete. Looking for Cornell Powell. The ball didn't come out the cleanest due to the hit. As Te'amu slow to get up there as well. Nick Whiteside in coverage there. Yeah, Te'amu was slow to get up. Kind of grasping that wrist. It seems. But staying in the game. 6 minutes to play. Yeah, Majors comes in clean, gets that hit low. Yeah, he was slow to get. Okay, 3rd and 6. Another big 3rd and 6. And we're going to have a clock stoppage as DC, I believe, calls their first timeout. Yeah, I'm going to say DC calls their first timeout with 2 seconds left on the play clock. And it's a big 3rd and 6. The dome is getting loud. We head to a commercial break before the 3rd down, however. 5:45 to play. We're headed to a commercial break. I will quickly be right back. All right. So that commercial break. 5:45 to play in this one. DC up by 3, facing a 3rd and 6. A massive 3rd and 6 coming up. We shall see. The St. Louis front 7, it hasn't fully gotten home yet today. They've gotten close. They've definitely been disruptive up front. But if there's any moment for them to properly get home and get a sack, this will be the moment. It's a 3rd and 6, ball on DC's 49-yard line. We shall see. All right, just coming back from commercial break. All right, 5:45 to play. Third and 6. The crowd is getting loud at the dome. Tiamu and shotgun. Back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 48.5-yard line. Motion in. Chris Rowland into the backfield to his left. They're going to look to throw. With time. Pass wide open. And that's going to be caught down to the plus 26. A low throw. Jaden Mickens on the reception. This is not a great throw from Tiamu. But he's wide open and he gets underneath it. Now Tiamu and shotgun once again. Handoff left side for Abram Smith. Gonna get about a yard and a half. If Tiamu puts that ball on the money, that might have been the game sealing touchdown. If he places that on the money. All right, 2nd and 9. 5:11 to play. Tiamu. Huddling up again. I gotta hold. Now it's a field goal you have to hold him to. Ball. I should push it. Ball on the 21. For a 2nd and 6. Oh, DC's gonna call their second timeout. Why is it 2nd and 6? But DC already has to burn their second timeout. The second one on this drive. Man, this is a massive drive, but burning these timeouts, man, not the greatest of things to do. And with under 5 minutes to play, the 2 games I am guaranteed to be calling for week 4, Friday night, Michigan at Memphis, and Saturday morning, St. Louis versus Arlington. The other 2 are currently up in the air if I'll be live for them. I'll have more of a say, no more by that Friday night. As it's going to be 1st and 5. Did they call offsides on St. Louis, I guess? Yeah, 1st and 5 from the 21. Going to call false start, I guess. Didn't hear any penalty. Didn't hear or see any penalties. Tiamu under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. 4:49 to play. Tiamu going to hand this off up the middle and going to get a yard, maybe half a yard on that one's Abram Smith. Travis Feeney in the backfield. Peter Tamu Penu in the backfield. And now it's 2nd and 5. Have to hold DC to a field goal try here. If you can keep it a 6-point game at most, you're sitting good. 4:15 to play in this one. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Tiamu looking to throw. Has some time. Throw in end zone right side. Incomplete. Looking for Ben Bresnahan. And there's a penalty coming in late in the end zone. Lucas Dennis was in coverage. They're going to call a late DPI here. And yeah, they're calling DPI on Lucas Dennis. That's a... What? St. Louis doesn't have their chance. We're under 5 minutes though, so Blandino can step in here. Tiamu under center. 1st and goal from the 5. Back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. 3:45 to play in this one. Tiamu going to hand this off up the middle. And it's Abram Smith bouncing off defenders and trying to push forward, but forward progress is stopped at the 3. All right, but Dino's saying that it was a grab on the inside arm that forced the DPI. I need to see a better angle than for that replay. Yeah, keep handing this ball off here. Yamu and shotgun. Handoff. Abram Smith, left side, and going to get nothing. Third and goal from the 3 coming up. Just crossed the 3-minute mark in this fourth quarter. A massive third down here. If St. Louis can make the stop, they give themselves an opportunity. One more play is needed before the 2-minute warning. Ball is on, about the 2.5-ish. This has been a 10-play drive. Diamu and shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Can motion a tight end from the right to the left. Diamu to throw. Passed over the middle, tipped in the air, and caught. Touchdown DC. Cornell Powell comes down with it. Pass was intended for Mason Fairchild over the middle. It gets tipped in the air, and Powell, a dive-in grab, makes this a 9-point game with 2:20 to play. Talking about the ball bouncing your way. A 9-point game. St. Louis still has all their timeouts, though. And they're going to have the 2-minute warning now. They're still not quite out of this. Clippers Warriors OT. That's going to be a good finish. The 1-point try from the 2. Teamu rolling to his left. Going to keep it himself here, but not going to be able to do much with it. A loss of 3. So it's a 1-possession game. 2:20 to play. St. Louis has all their timeouts. Quinterio Cole makes the play look on the ball. Yeah, Quinterio Cole, man, makes a great play against Mason Fairchild. But he tips it in the air to a wide open Cornell Powell. Wow. Yeah, they can score and go for the 4th and 12. They could get 9 points on this next drive. St. Louis is not out of this by any means. But they're going to need a drive. If there is any time for St. Louis to finally have a proper drive, this is it. But Jordan Teamu, 17 for 37, 241, 3 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. That is the most Jordan Teamu stat line you can find. All right, the kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from, going to be down to the end zone for a touchback. Going to need this about 2 yards into the end zone. St. Louis will begin from the 35. $2:20 to play. 65 yards. 65 yards. To at least give you a 3-point try opportunity. Two-minute warning is still in play. All 3 timeouts for St. Louis in play. This is a gotta have a drive though. Wilkinson shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Wilkins to throw. Has time, pass over the middle, caught by Sailors. Going to be brought down for a gain of about 4. And that might bring us to the 2-minute warning. They're going to try and go hurry up here. I only gain of 2, actually. I didn't have a good angle for that then. That was a gain of 4. Wilkins going to get the snap off before the 2-minute warning. Looking to throw. They're going to roll to his right to buy time. Pass in a flat, caught by Sailors. And out of bounds for a gain of 3. And that brings us to the 2-minute warning. 1:53 to play. A 3rd and 3 coming up for St. Louis. Down by 9, which is a 1-possession game in the UFL. This game's going to come down to the wire. We're at commercial break for the 2-minute warning. This has been a great game. Yeah, this is the week as a whole that we've been waiting for the UFL. All 4 games, all very tight-knit and competitive, coming down to the final minute. It's been great. This has been the perfect week for the UFL. We shall see. We'll select commercial break. All right, just coming back from the commercial break. A 3rd and 3 coming up for St. Louis, down by 9. Gonna come down to the wire here. Okay, ball has been bouncing DC's way quite a bit tonight. And here we go, 1-possession game. Here we go, 3rd and 3. Wilkins alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. As Wilkins gonna look to throw. DC sends 4. Has time. Gonna step to his left. Has room to run. Gonna keep it himself. And he dived ahead. DC. Oh, he dived short. His helmet came off afterwards, but he dived and gave up short of the first. Barely. We'll see if we get a different spot here. But from the initial spot, it's short. Yeah, it's 4th and inches. Wilkins was short. Oh, now they say they got the first. So it's 1st and 10 from the 45. Wilkins is shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. I thought he gave up short of the first there, but they gave him it. As Wilkins looking to throw. Pass right side, picked off! Intercepted! A short arm throw, and Sam Kidd with the interception. 1:37 to play. St. Louis has all their timeouts. This game is not quite over. But Sam Kidd and a 4-turnover day from this DC defense. They have been playing incredible. Oh, if Wilkins has sailors over the middle, but a pressure in his face forces a short arm throw and right into the arms of Sam Kidd. But all 3 timeouts remain for St. Louis. They can still get this ball back. But now the odds are a lot less in their favor. 137 to play. 1 first down ends it. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. Hand off to Abram Smith up the middle. There's a lane and going to be brought down at the 40. It's gonna be not quite the first down, but a second and about 2 nonetheless. You're gonna call your timeout, St. Louis? It's a second and 3. You're gonna call your timeout? Why is the clock running still? Why is St. Louis not calling their timeout there? Okay, clock continuing to run. A minute to play now. Second and 3. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. There's the handoff to Abram Smith, and that's going to be a first down run. A gain of 4. With 58 seconds to play, that just about does it. St. Louis is going to hold all 3 timeouts. They used their first one now. But they use that. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess, but jeez, they used that at the wrong time. Yeah, St. Louis, no turnovers through 2 weeks. 4 turnovers today. And I think none worse than the second interception Wilkins threw. The crossbody throw, like that's the worst one. You were down by 3 at that point. In field goal range, if you throw it away, the game is tied. And DC does not have any momentum. Hand off to Abram Smith, right side on 1st and 10. Gonna get up to the 35. A gain of about 2, maybe 3. And the second timeout for St. Louis is called. Again, it's the crossbody interception that cost them this game. Because again, if you throw it out of bounds and make it an 18-18 game, the entire game is different. Instead, the DC defenders, as it's 2nd and 8 back to his left, the DC defenders walked into one of the toughest places to play, as Deion Jackson will lose about 3 on that play. Travis Feeney meets him in the backfield. Final timeout called for St. Louis. But the DC defenders walked into the toughest place to play in the UFL. A place that St. Louis has not lost in quite a while. And they pulled off a great upset. Very similar to what happened in week 1, where DC was not expected to win. They were expected to play close, if anything. But they're stunning people. Shannon Harris, assuming he's not going to be leaving, assuming he's not going to be leaving for Tennessee State in the offseason, Shannon Harris, in these first 3 weeks alone, has earned himself the head coaching job next season for DC. This is an incredible first 3 weeks of the season for DC. As now 3rd and 11, Tiamu going to hand this off to Deion Jackson left side and going to get to about the 34. And they're going to have to run one more play. So in theory, St. Louis is going to have a shot if this field goal is missed. As there's going to be there's a 7-second difference between game and play clock. One more play is needed. But DC is going to let this clock run until those 7 seconds remain. And then they're going to call a timeout and kick what would be the game sealing field goal. So there's the final timeout. And out comes Matt McCrane to make it a 12-point game with like 5 seconds left. Yeah, out comes the field goal unit. So Matt McCrane, he missed one from 27 earlier in the game that set up St. Louis to even have this opportunity before the interception to tie the game. But now a 50-yard kick from the left hash to seal the game. If this is missed or blocked, St. Louis will have one play. Kick is up, and one of the most reliable kickers in the UFL drills it. And with that, a 12-point lead and 3 seconds remaining, the DC Defenders have walked into St. Louis and gotten a win to move on to 3-0 on the season. What an absolute showing for DC. Next time we see them is next Sunday at home against San Antonio. That's a 5 p.m. kick. I'm not fully certain if I will be live for that one or not. I'll know definitively by next Friday. Next time we see St. Louis, they are on the road to Arlington on Saturday. That's a 12 a.m. That's a 12:30 p.m. kickoff. And next time I will be live is Friday night at 8 p.m. EST as the Memphis Showboats, who are one of 2 teams who have yet to win a game this season, travel to Ford Field to play the Michigan Panthers. And then I'll be live for that Saturday morning game. So the first 2 games of week 4, I'm guaranteed to be live for. The final 2 games, I'm not fully sure yet. As kickoff is underway, this is going to be returned beginning from the 1. And Greg Jennings is going to get up past the 25, past the 30, past the 35, and down at the 39. That will do it. Heartbreaking loss for St. Louis. Shannon Harris is coaching an incredible season. Like, absolutely incredible. So many props go to Shannon Harris this season. But yeah, a 6+ hour day for me live. Thank you all for tuning in. And once again, I'll be live next time. Next time I'll be live is Friday night at 8 p.m. EST. Hope to see you all there. What a showing from DC, man. What a showing. We're going to have a new #1 team atop of Power Rankings on Tuesday. Top of Power Rankings. Tune in on Tuesday for that. But yeah, see you all next time. Have yourselves a damn good one. Peace.